Hello! Welcome to the Normal America Show. Host Rob Noor. Oh, there we go. I was looking for my scissors. I got these pretty effeminate scissors here. They're from my wife's crafting table in the next room. Anyways, they help me open my energy drink pouch here. I pour it into the water. Oh! Wow. I'll need this tonight. Hope you all had a lovely day. I had a weird one. It was okay, but I had some weird stuff happen, which we'll talk about. Nothing too crazy. Got a little bit of drama to announce. Nothing too serious. We'll get to it later. But tonight we might work out some bugs on the Discord invasion stuff. I'll ask you guys some advice. I don't know if we'll get around to doing it tonight, but that's what we're looking at. And then there's some news on Pelosi and Schiff that I think is worth talking about, in addition to any other sort of news story that you all might find interesting. We could talk somewhat about the debate that occurred last night, though to be honest, I covered that a lot this morning, so I don't know how much more there is to say about it. If people want to talk about it, I'm sure we can. But man, what a strange day. So I was up super late, basically my own damn fault, because I forgot to leave my dog out when I went downstairs after the debate. So my dog politely woke me up at like 4:30 after I fell asleep at about 3:45. And then after that, and I left the dog out, I couldn't get back to sleep for a little while. And then I had to be up at 7:15. So I'm on like an hour and a half to 2 hours of sleep, but that's okay. We'll make it through the show, no problem. So I get up, I do the stuff I have to do in the morning. I come in. I told everyone I would be streaming early, so I started at 11 o'clock, ended up going till about 2:30, immediately left to go boating. There was some delays in the boating business, so we didn't get out in the water till about 5 o'clock. Then we were out there until basically very recently. I came back, helped get my man to sleep, and that's about it. Here we are. So now normally when I'm out in the boat, I can relax. I'm not driving the boat. It's my father-in-law driving it. We usually have reception out in the boat. Here's where the weirdness came into my day. Apparently internet and cell phone towers were down in the area I was at. I thought that we were just in a dead spot, but then we stopped at a store and tried to swipe my card, and they were like, no, internet's down like everywhere around here. And so I didn't even know why I was out in the boat. I wasn't getting cell service, so I missed a couple, not important calls, but like family calls and stuff. I missed that. I was unable to like look at anything on the phone while we were out in the water. Very weird. I don't know exactly what caused the outage, but it was, I don't know if you've ever had it happen where your phone, instead of having the 5G or whatever, just says like satellite SOS or whatever. So that was that. You're stuck out in the water and there's nothing you could do. So, so apologies for that. But other than that, it was fun. We had fun out in the boat. My son caught a couple little fish. He had a good time with that. And he's beat too, man. Oh, man, I love these posts like this. Hey, mate, came across the channel. Love your content. See you're struggling to get views on your live streaming, which I could help you get 1,000 followers in 3 days. Start getting many views. Contact me on Discord. Thanks, man. I'm glad someone's looking out for me, but I'll be okay. Appreciate it. No bots needed. I'm not like some of those other people that I debate. I do remember when that I'm on the boat song was hot. So I originally was changing my schedule around the Crucible. Yeah, I'm well aware, Rouge, that's a scam. I wouldn't buy bots anyways, and it's obviously scams. Whatever. Yeah, but it turns out that now I'm not going to have to adjust my daytime stream, so I'm probably just going to do it around noon till about 2 o'clock. So schedule will probably stay about the same as what it was. But tonight we will be trying to raise at least $357. The day stream today did a very poor job. Boo. Boo, Daystream people. Boo. We did not do good at trying to achieve our goal. So we're going to give it hell tonight. So we're trying to raise $357. We're super low energy tonight. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay to be low energy. As soon as I get the old juices flowing, a little drink of my energy drink, I'm going to be like, hop right into it. It'll be good. So, a lot to talk about. And I think that it's going to be a good show. Also, some drama. We talk about a little bit of the drama. Boop, 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 boop. Anybody enjoy that debate last night? I know we talked about it a little this morning. What'd you guys think? I thought it was a pretty good beatdown. Really messed up, huh? You banned me for no reason on YouTube, says HN. Hey, HN, how would you like to get banned on Twitch as well? Cool, dude. Cool story, bro. Let's see. If I remember, it was because of someone that was repeating the Epstein bullshit, and then you were coming to their defense. Whatever. So last night, like the strategy, there's part of me that sometimes wishes I would do things differently. I never know what to do. What's the best overarching strategy? HN, how would you like to call in? I think that's why you got banned. We'll give you a chance here, HN. I believe what occurred was that you were talking big shit. I asked you to call in. You said that you couldn't because you couldn't figure it out, even though you had before. I believe that's what occurred, if I'm not mistaken. So here's what we'll do, HN. How would you like to call in? Man, what a good show it would be if HN calls in. Claiming I don't like different opinions on my show, well, that would belie the fact that I'm offering to give you a platform on my show right now to call in. How? You won't get a better offer than that, right, HN? Would you like to call in, sir? I mean, that seems, your claim is that I don't like different opinions on my show. Cool. Why don't you call in? Right? Now is it a good time? Maybe I'll call in tomorrow. Okay, HN. Sounds totally fair. And what we'll do then is we'll help you out by telling you to kindly go fuck yourself for telling people that I won't allow people with different. Let's see. We don't want to time you out 10 minutes. That's not right. Let's see. How we time you out for 24 hours. That's what we want to do. You can kindly go fuck yourself. How's that sound? Oh, it won't be Discord. Thanks so much for your time, HN. Bye-bye. Anyways, that's always fun. Have a good one. Now, anyways, where were we? Last night's debate. I never know if you should just be like, fine, it's clear to everyone remotely paying attention that you're completely wrong on this point, so we'll move forward. I decided to go the other way. I decided to be like, all right, I'm not going to move on from this point. We're gonna stick here until you admit that you're full of shit about this data. And that was sort of the point. And I understand the people coming to the rescue. Why does this matter? Blah, blah, blah. And the panel, whatever. But that was the strategy that I decided to employ. Look, if you're going to say that there's only one or two little differences between Trump and Kamala, and one of them is going to be wage growth and the other is going to be deficit spending, then I expect that you would have the receipts on that. Oh, HN. So much fun. Let's go over to YouTube and unban HN. For goodness sakes. Oh, how do I do this? Let's see. View channel. It's good stuff. This is what people want to see. It's the good stuff. Old Boomer Rob messing around with his YouTube studio. Moderation. Standard moderators. Maybe I should make him a mod. No. Let's see. Where's that shitbird HN? Oh, I know you're here, sir. Let's just unban a couple people. There he is. There you go, sir. You come back home to YouTube. Come back. Come on. Come back to the fold, HN. You're back on YouTube. You don't have to lurk over there on Twitch. Jeez Louise. Why like opinions that are different? Yeah, YouTube chat. Damn right. Bring it back. The people want HN. We should have done super chats for a vote, but we'll take them. Yes, that's right. The mods need something to do. All right. Talking a little about last night's debate. Yeah, my opponent did. I'm on banned F slurs. Don't do it. Last night's debate, I thought was a lot of fun. I thought my opponent didn't do so well, but there was a little drama connected to it. So I mentioned it a little this morning, and so I think that it's important to say a couple things. I'll just fucking be straight up. I'll be straight up now and tell you what happened. I was being a little vague earlier today, so we'll link this. Here's from RTP today. This is the last time you'll hear me mention human trash receptacle robnoerr. Besides talking about my daughter and her mother during a debate, he guaranteed I lied about data and that I wouldn't send it. He then accused me of fake engagement. Below you'll see I provided the data to him, and I also screenshot engagement numbers from my YouTube. Reconsider your life if you trust Rob on anything. All right. So let's talk about it. So I mentioned this a little this morning, but okay, let's do it. First, the clip, I'm not going to replay the whole clips. I'll just play, someone clip this. I think it's quite funny, from Andrew Wilson watching the debate last night. I found it amusing. We'll see what you think. This is the clip where I brought up his mother and daughter. He had been saying on his channel that he assumes that I'm one of these guys that just thinks the only thing women are good for is just making babies, but he doesn't know my marital status, but he assumes I don't get any. And so we talked about that a little last night, as he was also previously saying that no one watches me, no one pays me, blah, 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 etc. So he's making it personal. So at the end of the debate, I thought I was pretty measured throughout the whole debate. At the end of the debate, I decided, okay, if you want to talk about this sort of shit, no problem. We could talk about it since you were bringing up those comments, which I would have let slide until you brought up at least the ones about no one watching me during the debate. Okay, fair enough. So we'll talk about the no one watches me. But I did bring up at this point, I said, why do you assume I'm not married? He said, because no one could stand me and blah, blah, blah. Made a couple nebulous points about my wife throughout the debate. I really don't give a shit. I want to be completely clear, though RTP is a sack of shit. He really is. He's a complete sack of shit. In no way, shape, or form did I think anything he said was really out of bounds. He didn't attack my wife, her appearance, her mothering, any shit like that. He just said, I'm a piece of shit, so how could someone marry me? And I probably don't have sex. Now it sort of matters because in the context, he's claiming that I'm a Christian national and this is my outlook on life, which isn't true. just because he would associate me with Andrew Wilson, I don't necessarily have the same outlook as Andrew on these sorts of things. Nonetheless, whatever. If it's going to be for the lulz and we're going to bring in the personal, I can play that game. So here's what he's butthurt about. I'll play the clip. You judge for yourself. I said, do you have any kids? And here's the response.
I do.
Wow. Where's mom?
It's none of your fucking business.
That's right. It's none of my business. Just like my sex life and personal life's none of yours. So maybe you ought to keep it out of your fucking mouth when you yourself shouldn't cast stones when you're living in a glass house, my friend. Why don't you worry about taking care of your fucking kids and finding a lady that could be a mother to them before you try to insult someone like me, you fucking loser.
Are we done,
Have a great time.
Yeah.
So full disclosure, it appears that what happened was RTP apparently messaged Sarah Tomato last night. Sarah messaged me at like 4 a.m. and was like, hey, you probably shouldn't bring up kids. He would like an apology. I said, no, go fuck yourself. No apology forthcoming. Sometimes in the middle of a debate, you can say things that are regrettable. And there have been times that I've said things that I have regretted and I would apologize for. I do not find that to be a comment that was insulting his children, nor insulting the mother of his children. That was insulting him. Him is saying that he assumed I was the person that no one wanted to be around. He's the one who doesn't have a wife. And he has kids. And so my point was, well, why don't you have a wife? If you're going to insult me as someone no one wants to be around, I have a wife. Shouldn't you be focused on your own situation before you're criticizing other people for no one wanting to be around them? That's it. And it's not to disparage his kids. And again, I'll say this. I don't like RTP. I think he's dog shit debater. And he's a whining crybaby, which is even worse, to be honest. But my goodness, I hope that the mother of his children is a very nice lady. And I'm assuming his kids are wonderful. Not talking shit on them. But, I mean, fuck them. I'm not. It was an attack on him, not on his kids. Much in the same way I would assume he would say, my claim of assuming that your wife couldn't stand you or a woman couldn't stand you so you wouldn't be married wasn't an attack on my wife. It was an attack on me. Fair enough. I think that's fair game. And so there will be no apology at all. It's not coming. Now, I was being very careful this morning. I basically knew that it was him that reached out to Sarah, but I didn't say that. I was like, listen, I just wanted people's opinions on whether or not they thought that I was over the line. I didn't hear one person say it. There are people that on the comments will be like, Rob sucks, Rob lost, RTP won, whatever, fine. But none of them I even heard say, oh my gosh, I can't believe he mentioned RTP's kids or their mother. Only him. He was the only one that seemed to have a big deal. No one else remotely said. Not even the people on my side were like, oh my goodness, Rob said that. It was just like a laugh. That's it. Okay. But he's very upset, and he wanted an apology. You will get no apology. Fuck you. It puts Sarah in an awkward position, though, because Sarah's trying to put a platform out there where there are people that could come in from the right, the left, whatever, and she doesn't want to ostracize anyone. And to be quite honest, I could see from Sarah's perspective, she doesn't want any personal drama, shit like that. I thought that was very benign. In the grand scheme of, like, debate, my goodness. I thought that was pretty tame. But I can understand how, now that someone makes it an issue, well, I'm upset that you allowed this person to say something about my kids. Okay? So I have no hard feelings to Sarah whatsoever. The only reason that I bring this portion of it up again tonight is someone apparently commented over on Sarah's channel, I assume based on hearing me this morning, if you ban Rob from this channel, I'll never come on. I want to make this as clear as possible. Sarah did not threaten to ban me. At all. She did not. At all. I just want to make that clear. Please, please, for goodness sakes, anyone who enjoys my channel and enjoys Sarah and is thinking like, oh my goodness, I can't believe Sarah would ask for an apology. She was only asking for an apology because that's what was asked for by RTP. That's it. So, or maybe he didn't ask for an apology and he just complained to Sarah and Sarah just said, will you apologize just to smooth this over? I will not apologize. I will not. But my goodness, Sarah did nothing wrong at all. Sarah's just trying to run a channel and she's doing exactly what you should be doing. in the sense that she's trying to be a platform for people on the left and the right as guests feel they could come on. And if someone expresses concerns that they think things got too personal, she's like, can you just apologize and be done with it? I've even had to reach out to people that I really like in my channel and say, listen, can we just move on from a small personal drama situation? I've done that. I didn't like doing it. If it was up to me, I'd be like, what the fuck? I'm not even going to comment on this. But once people bring things to your attention and drama sort of unfolds a little, it's not pointing fingers. Sarah's not saying, Rob's at fault, RTP's the good guy, RTP's at fault, Rob's the good guy. She's not saying that. She's just saying, I just want to fucking move on for this. Can you both just apologize? That's it. So the only reason that I bring this situation up again is it was brought to my attention that there were people that were saying on Sarah's channel, in the comment section of that video, if you ban Rob, fuck you. She's not banning me. She made it quite clear to the contrary. You're not banned at all. I just wanted to smooth over the situation. That's it. So does everyone get that? Please, please, please. Do not, I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, even this morning, I know Lobster called in and said, what do you think? I said, let me be clear, Sarah didn't threaten to ban me or anything like that. And he said, yeah, but if she doesn't have you back, that is on her. I guess I could have done a better job afterwards of saying, yes, but that's not what's happening. I was wrapping up the show. You can go back and rewatch it. But I just, in case people got the wrong impression, that's it. So please, please, please. I went to that comment on Sarah's channel and said, Sarah did not threaten to ban me. It was a misunderstanding if people thought that that was what was being communicated. So just wanted to clarify that. So everybody good on that? That's it. So as far as RTP being butthurt, it is true that I mentioned his kids and his mother, not to insult them. He, in the context of saying that people couldn't stand to be around me like a wife, I was merely bringing up, if he has kids, shouldn't he have a wife, someone in the house? The fact that he doesn't may suggest that people can't stand to be around him. That's it. If he wants to fucking cry, and I get it, when you get fucking blown out in the debate, you're going to make excuses. You're going to, I get it. I guess that's as good as any. Oh, my feelings are hurt. Okay, dude. Good work. But incidentally, we will talk about the other things that he mentioned in his little post here. I think it's worth... So we go back to this. He says, here's the other things that he had problems with me. He guaranteed I lied about the data and that I wouldn't send it. He then accused me of fake engagement. Below you'll see I provided the data to him, and I also screenshot the engagement numbers from my YouTube. The data. Okay, here we go. He had said that he had data from the CFRB that was going to show that real wage growth increased about 0.21 to 2.9 or 2.9 percentage points a month on average. Now, this was the data I was looking at showed that the numbers ran the gambit from real wage growth was basically stagnant or zero under Biden, all the way to it was like negative 1.3, 1.7, etc. But so I was reading various data points, but the important factor was real wages didn't go up under the Biden administration, or they decreased. And so to hear that they actually increased more than with Trump's data that was one of the big points that he's making in the debate. It seemed nonsensical. So again, I talked about this early this morning. I'm not going to rehash a lot of it, but since he made this post public, I figured I would address this real quick. So there's the screenshot. We'll read through it. He put this publicly, so I'm not releasing DMs or anything like that, although there is more DMs to it, and I will not show them, but I'll read the relevant parts. Anyways, what I said was this data doesn't exist. And the reason that it's important to talk about this data is because it was fundamental to sort of what was happening in the debate. He would make some claim, he has this data claim, and the claim is markedly different than what I'm reading. So I'm not one to just yell source, but when you say something like, for example, if I was like, what year did the Titanic sink? And you're like, I don't know, I think somewhere in the 1800s, I'd probably be like, yeah, all right. But if you're like 300 BC, I'd be like, I'm going to need to see a source for that. That sounds ridiculous. Like, that sounds against everything. that I know. So when he brought this point up and another point he brought up about the debt, it didn't ring true to my ears. Anyways, so that's where we were. So I said that he was lying, that he wouldn't provide the data. He kept saying that he had this data, but he couldn't provide it because it wasn't right in front of him during the debate, but he would send it to me afterwards. Now, this is Cope. This is someone who's trying to sort of say, yeah, it exists. And then after an audience isn't there saying, here you go. Now he's going to publicly say, see, Rob was wrong when he said that I would be incapable of sending the data, and the data didn't say what it said. So I'll leave... let's see, I guess, give me a second. I'll bring up his actual claims. Maybe. All right. Thanks to the old search feature in the transcripts, which I found out a little while ago. Pretty pleased with it. So here you'll hear some of his claims.
Was up according to the CFRB.
Okay,
you have a better
so
source than that, I'll gladly
so
look at it.
Just to be clear, now you added the term monthly, fine, but that would mean on average.
No, that's what I said the very first time, Rob.
Okay, so that would be. Okay, so it's from the CFRB, he's claiming. He can't even provide. He can't provide a piece of data. What is the name of the organization, RTP? I'm going to look it up myself.
It is CFRB or CRFB.
Okay, I'm looking and it claims that the CFRB does not do things like keep data on real wage growth. That's what I'm reading as I look it up.
So they cite data. They're not they don't collect the data. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that it says that they don't do things like creating data.
Listen, Rob. I'll send it to you. I'll look for it. I'll try.
You're not going to. You're not going to. I'll tell you right now what you're going to do. You're going to say when no one's watching.
When he does, in order for Rob to Rob's going to now tell me what I'm doing. You are such a little bitch. It is crazy. You can't take any answer from anybody.
Okay, then we'll see. We'll see.
When you give an answer in college, if you write a paper in college and you quote a source, and you don't quote that source, it won't get accepted.
It's easy.
Rob didn't cite a single source from today.
So true. I started off citing sources.
In fact, the first source that he cited, he had to walk back. He's like, I don't even know where this is
but we're
from.
talking about your source. We're talking about your claim.
It's fine. I will get it. The only reason I don't have this source is because I didn't link it in my outline, and now I'm going to have to go back through my research and find it. And when I find it, I'll be happy to send it to Rob.
Here's what's going to happen.
But what I didn't do is put a hyperlink in my outline.
I keep it.
Would you call that a source inequality?
It's not going to happen. That data does not exist. And what you're going to do when no one's watching is you'll send something small and be like, oh, yeah, okay, a little mistake. When you were wrong, you're even wrong here. You're saying that I didn't. You can't even help yourself with interrupting. You can't even stop interrupting here now, right? Like, that's what's going to happen when no one's watching. You see, yeah, you're right. I am predicting because you know that you're wrong on the data. Everyone here knows. Everybody knows. Like, I get
Everybody knows.
Hold up a sign. Come on, you can do it. Hold up a sign. Go ahead. That's what you're best at, right? So he was going to send me the data on the CFRB. That's what he's going to do. I promise I'm going to do it. And then you hear what he says here. He says, when I said you're not going to do it, you're going to put up some data that's wrong, that's different, and be like, it was just a little mistake. Here we have. Here's the link. Do the math yourself. Factor in the 2.5. This is from the Atlanta Fed, not the CFRB. As I said, he was not going to be. Now, he said it was from the CFRB. I said they don't do research like that. He said, no, they're citing it. They're citing it. So I asked him specifically. I said, how come this isn't from the CFRB that you said you were going to send? Why is that? His response was, I was wrong about it being from the CFRB, but he was right that the decimal place is in the right place. I thought that he said it was up 2.3% annually, but he said it was up 0.23% on average monthly. What did I say he was going to do? He's going to say, I was a little mistake. I was wrong. But here we go. This is the data he sends. The Atlanta Fed, do the math, factor in the 2.5 inflation on average, take Biden's actual nominal wage growth figures from the trackers, which puts nominal growth between 0.44 and 0.5 recently. For inflation, a 2.5 annual rate converts to roughly 0.21 monthly, 0.44 to 0.5 nominal wage growth per month minus 0.21 inflation a month equals 0.23 to 0.29 real wage growth per month. And so that's how he gets to the point where he's at. Now, there's a lot of questions that I have about this, not the least of which, let me see, I'll bring up. Boop, boop, boop. Mm-hmm. I use data from two places, Texas A&M and Statista. Here's what it shows. The nominal wage growth, as I said, it's going up during the Biden administration. However, you see this line here, the blue line, real hourly earnings, real wage growth. See how at the start of his term, it ends up lower at the end of his term? Here you'll see, considering that these are, the resulted in an actual decline in real wages as nominal wage growth still hadn't fully caught up with price increases by December 2024. As our chart shows, the nominal average hourly earnings grew from $29.93 on January 21st to $35.69 in December 2024, a 19.2% increase. During that same period, prices as measured by the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers climbed 21%, leading to a 1.5% decline in real wages. That means adjusted for price increases, people went from $29.93 an hour to $29.49, a decline in real wage, which is exactly what I said when we were talking about this. But let's look at the data. He says, first, this wage growth tracker that he's citing here, I don't know where he's getting these specific numbers. I'm assuming that he would be able to, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he's somehow able to articulate how it gets to those specific percentages. But we'll bring up the, we'll bring it up just so you can see. This is what he linked. Maybe. Okay. So you can see it just shows nominal wage growth. You can see it's going up every month, sometimes higher, sometimes lower, but it's always going up. Now he articulates from this, somehow he gets this number, that it was 0.44% and 0.5%. How is that possible? Like, I don't know where he gets that from this. But whatever, okay. But there's other problems with what he points out here. He says, notice what he says, it was 0.44% and 0.5% recently. Recently. Why is that important? He said on average over all of Biden's presidency, it was up 0.23 to, 0.29 per month. So why would we only look at the recent data? But then here's the big problem. Factor in the 2.5% inflation on average. Where the hell is he getting that number? Where's he getting that? And I asked him. I said, quote, can you show me where you get your data that inflation was 2.5% on average? And he says, quote, that's average target inflation. Now, these numbers seem confusing. So I'm going to break this down for you. Wage growth is just the amount that wages increase. As money supply increases, you're basically going to see a damn near straight line. Sometimes it'll go up a little faster, sometimes a little slower, but over a long enough period, you're basically just going to see wages are always going to go up somewhat. We almost never have deflation, so wages are always going to go up somewhat. That's not really important. Wage growth itself is unimportant. Real wage growth is wage growth minus inflation. That brings you to a number. The question that real wage growth is trying to ask is the average person's purchasing power increasing or decreasing, and by how much? So if wage growth goes up 10%, but inflation goes up 20%, then your purchasing power has decreased. You're making 10% more, but you're paying 20% more for goods. Simple, right? Does everyone understand that? Is there anyone that I need to explain this more for? I hope not. Everybody get it? So we're looking at real wage growth. I'm trying to teach you math, I am. The amount that the wages went up minus the amount that inflation went up. Everybody get it? So the two data sets that we would need is what was the wage growth and what was the actual numbers on wage growth and what was the actual numbers on inflation. Right? That's what you would need. You need two pieces of data to figure out real wage growth. Actual nominal wage growth, the actual amount of money that wages went up, and the actual amount of money that inflation went up. Simple, right? This is what he just tried to pull on you. Never mind, I have no idea where from that chart he's pulling the nominal averages of 0.44 and 0.50. I have an idea of what he might be trying to do. Never mind that he claims it's for recently. Forget about all that shit. The thing I want to focus on is the 2.5% inflation. He's saying wage growth per month was 0.44, and yearly, the average inflation was 2.5. I haven't seen a number that's even close to 2.5. Not one for an average over Biden's entire term. So when I ask him, where did you get that number? His response is, that's average target inflation. Is there anyone that can tell me why that's one of the dumbest things you've ever heard? Can anyone figure it out? What's those two numbers we need again? We need the actual wage growth minus the actual inflation rate. So he takes the actual wage growth minus, not the actual inflation rate. He doesn't use the actual inflation rate. He used the targeted inflation rate. That would be the equivalent if Trump says, it's my target that I would like wages to go up 5,000%. And our target for inflation is 2.5%. Well then, never mind what the inflation actually is and what the wage growth actually is. All we'll look at is the targets. According to the targets, holy shit, Trump's fucking killing it. If you're interested, as the Statista argument shows, or the Statista and BLS numbers, actual CPI under Biden was up about 4.9%. Not 2.5, 4.9. Basically double what he's claiming here. So his big cope, he guaranteed I lied about the data and I wouldn't send it. That's exactly what happened, you dumb shit. But hey, I'll just send anything, put a screenshot, make it public and say, see, I did it. I sent it. And he once more hopes that no one looks into the details. So there you have it. There's the details. Everybody got it? He did not send data that backed up his claim that inflation was up, or real wages were up between 0.23 and 0.29 a month. No serious economist, not even those that are pushing for Biden, make that claim. It's a fucking joke. The only person making that claim is RTP. He's full of shit. The reason that he came up with this number, it's really quite simple. The numbers that he was citing in his opening weren't real wage growth. They were just wage growth. And when I pointed out that that metric's not as important as real wage growth, he just went, nah, I said real wages. I said real wages. That's what the numbers were. That's why he said, from my opening statement, it was from the CFRB. And then he went back and said, oh, actually, it wasn't from this. Does anyone think that instead of just looking up the number, I wonder what real wage growth was, and looking up a source that says it, that he was like, instead what I'll do is I'll look up nominal wage growth, and then I'll just insert an inflation number that I didn't look up, and then I'll do the math myself to come up with this complicated, instead of looking at it year over year, which everyone does, I'll break it down to month over month. Does anyone think for a second that's what he did? No, that's not what he did. He fucked up. It's okay. It would have been okay to say this. Okay, I didn't look at real wage growth numbers. Nonetheless, even if that's true, I still think wage growth is important, and all of the shit was bad because Trump's handling of COVID. That's an argument. But before we could get to the reason the numbers are what they are, we have to agree on what the numbers are. And we couldn't because he's bullshitting the whole time. Just like when he said, oh, I have a source that shows what the total debt was added under Biden. And then when we look at the source, it's only from year 3 into the Biden presidency. That's what happened. But while we're here, let's put our conspiracy hats on for a second. The other thing he said in his video about me, and then he said that no one pays, I'll find the fucking exact quote from his video the other day. Do I have this? Let's see. Fuck it. I don't even have to look it up. He basically said no one pays me. I don't make any money. No one pays to watch me. And then he said in the debate, no one watches me. And then people started to bring up that his numbers look like shit. And I noticed that. It looks very odd. Like his numbers are crazy. Like he's getting crazy engagement. Like crazy. He's crushing it. Just absolute crushing it on YouTube. I thought that primarily he was on TikTok. He says no. Okay, fine. So like a cursory look at his numbers before people started commenting yesterday. You look at some of his videos and like, look at this, 125,000 views on this video. It had 2 comments, 125,000 views. And then when I go to Playboard and I look, it's like, all right, his engagement, his like rate's very low. So not a lot of people are liking it. Most channels with similar subscribers have 4.8 likes. His only has 0.64. The comment rate, very low, 0.04. Most have a 0.62. But he's got a lot of viewers. He's got a lot of average viewers. And when we look at like his super chat revenue, with that many people watching, I mean, he's literally got 1,300 people watching live at a time. He's got hundreds of thousands of views. Look at, he made $139. In 7 days, he made almost $1,000. I mean, that's not bad. But if you compare that to a channel like mine, I'm getting like 1/10 the views and way more super chats and way more comments than him. So it does look suspicious. It looks suspicious. I'm just going to call it. It doesn't mean it's true. It could be that he's bucking a trend. So he says, I lied about him of fake engagement, but you'll see he provided the data. Here's what he provides me. On that video that we just talked about, 125,000 and change views. Watch time, 3,500. Concurrent viewers. His peak was near 1.2K. A 4-hour video. And you can see, after he gets going, he's over 1,000 solidly for the bulk of the video. His chat messages and reactions, 18,500. He had up to 1.2K watching live, and he had 18,000 and a half chats. Now, I want you to think about this for a second. That's unbelievable. 18,000, almost 18,500 chats. Now, I'm no mathematician, but let's just say 4 hours. So, 18. That means he has 4,625 chats per hour. Or if we break that down by minute, that means he's got 77 people chatting per minute. 77 comments per minute. Is that possible? Maybe. But my goodness, I don't see people like Andrew Wilson's chat isn't coming anywhere close to that number. Destiny's chat isn't coming with way more people watching. 10 times more people isn't getting that amount. And so the fact that he sends this data is like, see, here's my proof. I mean, I don't really give a fuck, to be honest. But, I mean, that's your data. Now, to be fair, to steelman this argument, that's chat messages and reactions. So I looked up, what are reactions and chat messages? Here's what's counted. It seems chats, live stream chats, comments after the video, which there were 19, I think, on that video. So that's hardly going to put a dent. So comments after and chats during the live stream. Okay, that's 2. Then likes. So how many people liked the video? He has 422 likes. So that's on that video. So that means he basically had 18,000 comments. About 70 comments a minute. Yeah, and that's true. On bigger channels, like high engagement is like 5% to 7% of people watch actually chat. So let's even take 10%. Let's say that there were 120 people, individual people that chatted. 120. That would mean that 120 people were responsible, which is a grotesquely high number. 10% of the people chatted. Right. Look at that. Look at my chats. Crushing it. Wow. That would mean if 120 people did that, each person would be about every 90 seconds placing a chat. 120 people every 90 seconds placing a chat. I mean, I'm not saying he paid for bots. It looks botted. Maybe not, though. Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't think this data is convincing to me. Doesn't look convincing to me. But anyways, I don't give a fuck about that. That's fine. This dude's killing it. He's raking it in. Great job, man. Congratulations. He was the one, you don't get engagement. No one donates to you, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Whatever. So there you have it. There's the saga. I don't think he'll be debating me anymore. His feels are hurt. So, whatever. I would make excuses too if I got my ass kicked in a debate. Anyways, done with that schmuck. That was what I wanted to get out. Since he went public with the... And to be clear, I don't know that he asked for an apology or he just said he was upset and Sarah asked me to apologize to him. I don't know. But I don't much care. So, there you have it. Let me close some of these tabs. Also, I suppose we could check the chat replay. If I really felt like it. So, yeah, let's check it. Here's that video. Why not? Let's go a little deeper, shall we? Because I'm very intrigued. I know this might be boring, but I just think it's funny that this dude's like... So, we just went through the numbers. Again, he claims, you look at this, that on this video, he had 18.5 thousand chats, likes, reactions. Okay, that would include how many people liked the video. Okay? So let's go to the video. How many people liked it? Likes, 422. He had 125,000 people watch it. Only 422 liked it. Okay? He had 23 comments, so that gets him up to 450. So we'll say basically then, that means that he had 18,000 super chats. 18,000 super chats in this 4-hour video. Now, he puts, you can see the time frame of when these super chats apparently came. You can see down here at the bottom, it's timed. Okay? So let's just start it off, right? Let's start off the video. Here's the live chat section, live chat replay. Here we go. Here's the start. Now, see this? B6X3. Okay, now let's go 5 minutes in and see if we still see that post. Okay, 5 minutes in. Okay, here's the post. How many posts have we had since then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Morning. let's say a good 50. Not bad. Okay, let's scroll ahead, shall we? Here we go. We're at 9 minutes and 7 seconds. Here's a super chat. Rob's a steamroll extraordinaire, motormouth with a Rolodex of pivots. Go get him, big guy. There you go. Okay. Now you'll see after that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 chats. Not bad. Honestly, not bad. Okay. So we got that super chat, 12 chats. That's it. 9 minutes and 7 seconds in. Let's skip ahead 5 minutes, roughly. 13 and a half. Wait a minute. We just went 5 minutes. I remind you, he needs to be averaging 77 super chats a minute. Or I'm sorry, 77 chats a minute. 77 a minute. That's what he needs to be averaging to get 18,000. 18,000's what he's looking for. That's what the numbers show. So in that 5 minute span, he got about five posts is what he got. 5 chats. He got about 5. In a roughly 5 minute period. How's that possible? Was he streaming on another channel? I don't think so. This is the one he sent. Trump takes DC, afraid of kids. So let's go. Hell, let's skip ahead to 20 minutes. Now remember this post, the illusion of choice super chat there. Let's skip ahead 20 minutes. Let's see where we're at. So we would expect to see, now this is 6.5 minutes. So we would expect to see on average about 420 chats between now and then. Maybe? Let's see. All right. It's not there, so let's go back some. Here it is. So from 13 to 16, so 3 minutes, we could see maybe 20, 30. Let's go ahead a little further to 18. Okay, so we finally get another marker we could use here. Now we got that. So we're at 18 minutes. So let's skip ahead another 5 minutes. Again, 5 minutes, 77 per minute. We would expect to see 350 or something chats. Oh, I was going to say, did my computer just freeze? So here, let's skip ahead 5 minutes. Doesn't like we're getting, to be fair, he's getting a good amount of chats, but it doesn't look like he's getting 18,000. Again, if he has to average 77 per minute, that would imply that every time I skips 5 seconds, so 77 a minute would mean every 5 seconds he has to be getting like 7 chats. And it ain't that. You can see. It's nowhere close to that. I don't know. I don't much give a shit. I just found it interesting. That's all. I think that he probably has an audience. He may even have a bigger audience than me. I mean, to see someone's getting 120,000 views and getting like 400 likes, it's, whatever. Anyways, that's it. Maybe he has bots and doesn't realize it. I don't know. Now, let's read some super chats ourselves. Mm-mm. But hey, maybe he's getting that much. Kudos to him. It sucks that he's got fucking thousands upon thousands of people watching him, and he's getting all this interaction, and he's not getting a lot of super chats and shit. But hey, whatever. Tiggle, thanks so much for the $5. And Naughty Germ as well. Bandit, $2 says boats and let's goes. Thank you so much for the $2. Blastbot, $10 says this channel only wants bots to pay Rob, not to pay for the bots. Thank you. That Brad, $10 says there are things you can do apart from utilizing bots. Post shorts, be regular and consistent, etc., etc. Post ironic shorts about how great Jewish people are. A lot of things. Maybe. Bandit, $2. FM and the horse he rode in on. Level 4 Lobster, $2 says didn't intend to cause more drama. I apologize. No need. Cool Vic, nice to hear from you, man. $20. Maybe these losers would win debates if they spent time researching the topic and learning how to retaliate against your debate style. Instead, they cope and whine and make lame signs. Great job, Rob, as usual. Thank you. Blake Pearson, $2 says, here, have some money, Rob, since you don't make enough. Thank you. Amagad, $5 says, real viewers send Rob money. Thank you. Postal Joe, $10 says, calling him out on target inflation's just whataboutism. Also, I'm a bot. Yeah, those are my favorite comments, that it's whataboutism. Comparing a Trump presidency to a possible Kamala presidency is whataboutism, when that's literally the topic. These people. Postal Joe then gifts 5 memberships. Thanks so much. Bandit, $2 says, why are we not at 25% yet? Great question. And the great name again. $5 says, why does Rob have trouble finding good faith debaters? This is why. Yeah. So maybe he's got a lot of dislikes. Maybe. My guess is that a lot of the engagements from like the vertical view shit, I just don't know. I think that he probably does well with his channel. He probably even has more people watching than me. I'll be quite honest. My viewership numbers are not very great. That's true. But it more than makes up for the viewers I have are fucking awesome. You really are. I am routinely amongst one of the highest engagement rates. I'll show you. And I couldn't be prouder of all of you. You guys are fucking awesome. Subscribers rank, pretty low. Average video views, pretty low, based on the percentage of subscribers. Now, the truth is, that's because most of my videos are live stream and then made private afterwards. The like rate, 7.9%. Very high. Channels with similar subscribers have an average of 4.8. So I'm damn near double what the average would be for people with subs my way. Comment rate, 1.64. Very high. The ratio of views to comments on the video, you can see how actively engaged they are. Similar subscribers have a 0.62. So I'm well over doubling what people. Highest viewers, very low. Average viewers, very low. Total revenue? Insane. Again, for the month last month, 16,000. I don't see RTP here, and he's the one who made the claim that no one sends me money. I don't see him here. Maybe if we keep going down, we'll find him. Let's keep scrolling. Huh. Didn't make the top 200. Oh boy, that's all I could look at. Crazy. But anyway, well. So fuck them. I'll take a dedicated audience over hundreds of thousands of people that are barely commenting. I'll take it. Fuck them. All right, let's grift a little while we're on it. So thank you. Yeah, Jim Bob's had a little bit of an off month. He had a lot going on. Jim Bob's audience fantastic as well. Crucible audience fantastic. Sarah Tomatoes channel's fucking fantastic. The engagement she gets. So all good stuff. All good stuff. Let's get some donos in. I'm going to go to the restroom. Let's just grift to this song. Be right back.
Rob's got a smile like a Cheshire cat. He's got an olive jar and a magician's hat. He says just one more push, we're almost there. You send your cash cause you just don't care. Send Rob your money, he's got the charm. He'll twist that jar open with his golden arm. Big grifting, you can't look away. You're laughing while you're giving, it's a wild ballet. He's got a scheme that'll make you grin. Says the olive jar's where the fun begins. You know it's crazy, but it feels so right. Rob's got you hooked like a kite and fly. It's the show of the century, don't be shy. Rob's olive jar could touch the sky. You're all in and it's a beautiful mess. This grift's a ride, it's an...
All right, fuck it. Moving on. We're 22%. I trust you all. We're going to be here until late in the night. I trust you all. You're going to do just fine. We're going to do awesome. All right. Next thing. Keep getting those super chats in. We're going to do it just fine. Thank you so much. A couple super chats. I'll read them here. Mr. B, great to hear from you, man. Creator of some of my favorite graphics for the channel. $5 says, what was the score of today's Pirates game? Asking for a friend. I didn't look. I assume that means it wasn't good. Let me check real quick here. Oh, Pirates score. Wait. $14-0. Good work. Good work, Pirates. Good work. Good work. Whoa. Shitty Pirates. And Wade Boggs, always great. Says, always need my grift to have a funky jazz beat. Thank you, Wade. Man, incredibly generous. Thank you. Really appreciate all of you. I don't know what happened with Andrew. Like I said, I haven't heard from anyone all day because cell reception and internet was down all over the area here. So I was out in the lake, and if I was home, I would have probably had internet. But where I normally am, yeah, it's Austin Hall, this bastard. He gave, allegedly, RTP the idea for those signs. Oh, boy. But we're done talking about RTP. He is irrelevant. Pishwa. He had smacked around. Put him in the pile. All right. So we have two things we could do here. You guys could try to help me out with this Discord invasion thing. Or we can get to some of the news stories I wanted to talk about today regarding Adam Schiff and Nancy Pelosi. Your call. Viewer choice here. What will it be? Trying to help me with the Discord invasion thing? Or talking about some news stories of the day? Postal Joe, $10 says, hey, here in Minnesota, our Vikings hired their first male cheerleader. And not the kind that tosses women up in the air and catches them. Well, it's a brave new world. Mr. B, $5 says RTP is botting 100%. There's no way those numbers are organic. Maybe. I can't prove it. It looks a little weird. Why not do both? I'm assuming I will. All right. Here's the idea. Let's start with the Discord invasion stuff. The idea is at the Crucible, we're not trying to just do invasions on TikTok. We're also trying to do invasions on other platforms as well. One of those would be Discord. So Andrew Wilson gave me the idea because I'm technologically inept and can't figure out how to get certain shit working on places like TikTok. Then instead I should go over to places like Discord and invade places there. Now, there's a couple of potential problems that I have, though, that I think are worth talking about. One, I want to ask someone something, and then you tell me. I want you to be honest, brutally honest, because this is an ethical question that I don't know the answer to. So please be honest. Is it unethical to be live streaming and not announce it when I go into a Discord chat? That's the question I have. So I go into the politics Discord. There's a room with 10 people talking about Trump. And I go in, hey, what's up, guys? I was wondering what you think about tariffs. And then I start a discussion with them. I got nope and a bunch of yeses. Yeah, that's the question I had for Andrew. Something about it feels weird to me. Because once you announce, hey, I'm streaming, then it is different. So like when Andrew does the TikTok invasion, people are already live streaming. But that's not the case on Discord. For example, if I go to the Crucible right now, well, granted, I'm vetted to go in there, and there's a terms of service, but those people aren't expecting that I'm streaming my conversation with them. Well, yes, it would all be public Discords, because here's what I would use. So let me show you this. So this is called Disboard. Now on Disboard, you could search for results. Let's say I type politics. Now here's going to be a list of all Discord servers with that. Here's the Femboy Resort. I'm right and you're wrong. The Nerd Area. The Politically Radical Schizo Gang. You see the point? So let's pick one of these. Let's find a bigger one. There, well, it doesn't even have to be bigger. Let's say this one, just debate, right? I click it. The DC one said it was role-playing, though, so I hesitate to do that. So let's just try this just debate one, okay? So you'll see what I mean. I click it. Accept invite. So it was public, but it brings me to another page that says accept invite. I click accept invite. Now it opens it up in Discord. Ask me a couple questions. I won't show that. Gives me rules. Basically, the rules are don't do non-safe for work stuff. Don't impersonate people. Don't threaten violence. That's the rules. Was that public or private? Right. You have to accept an invite for any Discord. That's not a determining factor. So I would consider that a public Discord, right? So would it be unethical to go in there streaming? You're right. The rules don't say no streaming. But I feel like there's an implicit, hey, you're in this sort of chat room. So I don't know. And that's honestly an ethical dilemma that I've been struggling with, because I don't want people to feel like, hey, we expected this to be basically a, yeah, is it now DMs are a little different, like private messages, direct messages are different. Louis Joyston says it's unethical and it's a bad idea for the channel. Fair enough. Hot Tuna says it's not unethical. You're thinking too much about it. If anyone could join, it's public. I don't know what to think. Imagad says, streaming a Discord voice chat to YouTube or other platforms is generally not allowed by either platform's terms of service due to potential copyright and unauthorized distribution issues. That's a different question, because there's no terms of service for Discord. Well, there's terms of service for each chat, but you run into the same thing in TikTok invasions. Anytime that even if I just host a show where I take call-ins, if someone comes in and says something offensive, I could run afoul of it. So, for example, if I take call-ins right now and Amicad calls in and it's just like, starts a string of racial slurs and I hurry up and remove him, I still theoretically am taking a chance by having a call-in. If I go and do a TikTok invasion, I'm taking a chance that someone could say something that's against terms of service. Same with Discord or anything else. If I do a X Spaces, if I join an X Spaces and I'm live streaming, someone could theoretically say something against terms of service. So in that regard, yeah, you're right. It's sort of difficult. Yeah, so I don't know why it would be against terms of service to stream stuff. Like Discord's basically just a call, right? Like a group call. Like, would it be against terms of service if I stream a Zoom call? I don't think so. I don't think it'd be like, well, that technically could be Zoom's. Well, there's things you could do. Like Doobie runs the big politics Discord server. And I think that I could reach out to Doobie and say, hey, I'm looking to sort of come in, and is it okay if I stream and if I pop into random rooms? But that's just one one channel. It's a big one though. But when I look, like, I don't know what to think of a lot of these. I think pretty much anyone could start a room on the politics Discord serve. Maybe I should reach out to Doobie and ask if I could start a room called like AMA politics streaming. And then I could just, when I'm live streaming, be on there and let people come in on me. Thanks, Doctor. I appreciate it. But anyways, these are questions I had before I jumped in, if I'm completely honest with you. Right. Invading rooms is the point. Right. So I don't know. Like, what's the overall consensus? How about I put a poll up? Extra points if you super chat and give me your opinion. But I'm gonna put a poll up. So poll. But I'm legitimately wondering what people think. So poll on top of YouTube. I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't feel comfortable going over to the Crucible's Discord and live streaming the conversations that I was having there. I wouldn't feel comfortable at all. I'm just being honest. I'd feel like it was sort of a violation of people. And so I try to look at it that way. Now, I think something like the politics Discord server is a little different. Rob, just do TikTok invasions. Discord invasions are weird. Yeah, but the TikTok invasion is going to be difficult for other reasons. It's a matter of sort of the tech issues. Holy shit! Look at this. Alexander R, $10. Thank you so much. As I wouldn't confess it if I did it, but I wouldn't ignore your conscience. Thank you, man. And Golly, 46. Man, always generous. $100. Thank you so much, Gully. Absolute legend. Gully's always incredibly generous. Just crushing it. Crucible Discord says it's private. Okay. There you go. And I guess carefully reading the rules. Well, that's the other thing. Honest to goodness, something that could be interesting is something like the politics Discord, you all could jump in. Yeah, Gully's one of my best supporters, man. He's unbelievable. Thank you so much, Gully. Pull up YouTube Live. Okay. Let's do that. YouTube. Where the hell is live? So you can tell I don't use... Okay, there's live. Yeah, but how do you know if they're taking debate? I guess you call in. No. Call in, filters, type, features live. Okay. So let's look at this, shall we? Maybe it's a different venue that I didn't think of. So I just typed in call in, limited it to live, so I could call in this guy. He looks interesting. All right. Some of these aren't call-ins. Call-in show for veterans information, probably. Calling in with the phone number is a little weird. I could maybe make that work. See, it doesn't look like a lot of options here. Maybe I put debate. Filters live. Parker debates Trump supporters live. Oh, Parker. See? Anyways, you see the point. Oh, I'm not showing any of this. There we go. I was an idiot. Just do it, he says. I'm looking here. I don't see where it shows how to call in, though, on some of these shows. So, I don't know. It's an interesting thought, and it is something that I would like to do. Maybe I'll just work on figuring out how to do the TikTok invasions. But I'm going to have to put more thought in it. Let's see what the poll suggested. 76% say go for it. 20, so about 3 to 4 say go for it. With 71 votes. And I'm sorry this might be boring. I get it. But I do rely on you all for opinions on my show. So I hope you know that I do appreciate you kind of giving me input on the direction the channel should go. For me, the most interesting thing is debate. That's what I want to do, and I hope that's what you want to see me do. If it was up to me, I'd debate every fucking night, if I'm completely honest. Start with X Spaces. There's a slight problem with X Spaces. Can you join X Spaces from the computer? I don't know. But I can figure that out. That's not a big deal. But search, when I search Spaces, or wait, let's create a space. Oh, wow. You can do it now on the computer, huh? They changed that. Nice. Okay. Well, how do I search for spaces? I don't know how to do that. As you can see, I'm a boomer. Premium. Do I have X Premium? Quick access. No, none of that helps. Jobs, communities. Maybe communities? No. I don't know. Explore. Let's try that. We're exploring. For you, no. I don't know. Well, I'm an idiot. I did just figure out Control F today. Hiya! Huzzah! The Twitch politics scene ain't gonna want to debate me, I assure you. Yeah, Twitch, way more strict. Zachary, thank you so much for the fat bearded guy tariff. $5. Thank you. Yeah, we started to realize there's a lot of kindred spirits of fat bearded guys. So level 4 lobster, Zachary Gilpy, thank you guys. You're the best. JJ Beans says, I think it's an ethical dilemma you have because you're Christian. Stop being so nice. Maybe. For the record, Andrew Wilson said, fuck it, go for it. That's what he told me with the Discord stuff. Postal Joe, $5 says, I would suggest doing AOL Instant Messenger invasions, but AOL Online is ending September 30th after 30 years. I know, just my luck. I was ready to jump in to the AOL market. And Blasterbutt for $10 says, Rob learned a thing today. Huzzah! Yes. Yes, I did. It's been decided. AOL for until September 30th, we're doing it. Rob, for the TikTok, have you tried streaming the blue stacks to a Discord window and then using that to get into StreamYards? I have not. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to reapproach Andrew Wilson with this someday that he has time. And we're going to get this set up. We're going to do that. And he's going to either give me advice on how to do this Discord. And if he says go for it, then fuck it, we'll try. I will be very careful and make sure that any potential one I enter, I will read their TOS and their rules for that channel. And then I'm just going to go for it if he suggests that's what we should do. Or if he thinks that they could help me with some of the tech issues I'm having with BlueStacks, with the TikTok invasion, then I'll do that. But the idea is Andrew wants to do like a TikTok invasion and then raid me, and then I will be doing an invasion after he raids me as well. And so the idea is that it's not just Andrew doing the invasion, it's the Crucible. That's the idea. And so the idea is also that it doesn't have to just be TikTok, that we could be entering these other spaces as well. So that's sort of where I'm coming from with this. Here's a question. There's right now, I'm looking at a Discord server called Political Debate. In the general voice chat, there are 5 people. Now, let me read the rules section here real quick. Rules. Civil debate. We develop and continue. We are pioneers. It's not acceptable to insult or defame. Prejudice rhetoric not allowed. No claims of violence. Explicit content not allowed. Here's a question I have. What if I ask them right now? What if I hop into this Discord server and I'm just like, let me ask you guys a question. I'm thinking of starting to pop into random Discords and starting to try to debate people. Would you guys think it's unethical if I hopped in and didn't announce I was streaming? Should I ask them? Before I put them on live, I'll say, hey, just want to let you know I'm streaming, but I wanted to ask you a question. Should I try it? Let's see. Let's see what happens. Let's give it a shot. Hey, can I ask you guys a question? I am the actual robnoerr. Yeah, I have a question. First off, I'm streaming. Do you mind if you guys are live while I'm streaming? The audio? Okay. All right. So let me share my screen and audio. Let's do that. So I have a question about a project that I'm working on, and I wanted to get you all's opinion on this. I want to start doing Discord invasions where I basically come in to random Discord channels and I'm streaming, and I'm not going to be like starting shit, but just argue with people about politics. But I'm having an ethical dilemma. The fun of it is people not knowing that I'm streaming. Is it unethical? You guys right now, if I popped in and you didn't know who I was and I start talking politics and I didn't tell you I was streaming, would you find that to be unethical?
No, I'd probably be rude.
I think it is.
You think?
There's
Yeah.
ways to mitigate it. There's ways to mitigate it. You should I don't know if you can do this with your software, but if you can distort the voice of the Discord people even just a bit, and then just blur their names, and you just call people Mr. or Mrs. in the first letter of their name. Easy enough, right?
Yeah.
Additionally,
I'll tell you right
I think
now.
this is
I'm so technologically inept. I don't know how I could distort their voice. I could certainly not show, so I could just have the audio. Like right now, my audience could hear you, but they can't see your names or anything of that nature.
I mean, I'm sure you could figure it out, but also this might be a pretty poorly thought out idea because most Discord servers are not full of entertaining people to argue with. You get that once every 6 calls max.
Well, that's true.
Otherwise,
I think it would be fun to go in, for example, the politics Discord server. There's a bunch of different channels on that, so you could hop into the Flat Earth channel, and then hop into you know what I mean? You're right.
60% of those are Orthodox people, Orthodox Christians and Muslims arguing about obscure philosophy. 30% of those are people arguing to lower the age of consent, and 10% of those are people having a real discussion about anything.
You're talking about the server just called Politics?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That place is just a troll zone. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Hey, Rob,
certainly don't want to tell people you're streaming.
Yeah, we punch above our weight class in this server as far as meaningful discussion per person.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what to think of it, so I know that my friend Andrew Wilson does the TikTok invasions. TikTok's such shit though for a technologically illiterate person like me, because you can't do it through your computer. You have to do it through an emulator to emulate a phone, and it's causing me all kinds of problems. Plus, there's other issues with TikTok. So we were like, what if you just did Discord? But there's a lot of, not just the ethical problems, but I think problems that you're talking about there too, GM, right? Where it's are you going to find interesting people, or is it just going to be people? Because I think a lot of these servers, even if you find one that says oh, this is the politics voice channel for this server, you're going to go in and people are going to be talking about hey, did you get that new game? How's your wife doing? Just personal conversation.
I find so much that it's so annoying.
Yeah,
I feel like it's not much in the server, though. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What did you say?
I was saying that doesn't really happen that much in this server. Maybe 20% of the time, if I come in here, people are talking about their personal lives. But for the most part, when I go into these, when I go into general VC, people are typically arguing about politics.
This is a good server. If you look at religion and politics, or politics and religion, right? Literally 2/3 of these are Muslims or Orthodox Christians having debates about theology or nonsense. And then, like, if you look at politics, all capital, it's the distribution I said before. This server is uniquely good, which is why I like it, but it's also not often populated and never populated with more than one room.
Hey Rob, do you live in a two-party consent state?
The Discord honestly is also pretty decent. They have a lot of good discussions there too in the conservative Discord. But yeah, by and large, there's so much garbage out there.
It's actually not true. Yesterday there was
Sorry, Rob, what you could do is you could get another person to go in, check through the various channels, and then tell you which one to join, like a scout. That would work.
Yeah, that's something that I was thinking. As far as two-party consent, I don't know that matters. It would. I think
Discord's a public space,
right? I think that Discord's public. It would be similar to, like,
recording in a coffee shop.
Correct.
Is it?
Yeah, Discord's definitely public. Well, on a server of more than 10,000 people, I don't think that anyone could argue otherwise.
Is there a legal precedent for that? I just figure this is like a private chat room or something like a.
Well, it's public insofar as a two-party consent state, I'd imagine. I'm not a lawyer yet, but like,
I was always curious about that.
Like, if a coffee shop is fine,
it'd be good to know that.
If a coffee shop is fine, and here's my thinking: coffee shop has a public doorway that anyone can go through, and it has more than a few people sitting there. This Discord is a public invite that anyone can click on, and there's more than a few people sitting here.
Well, the only difference between the public sidewalk and the coffee shop is if the owner tells you, "Hey, turn it off," then you have to go off to the sidewalk and record from there.
Sure.
Well, hey, I do appreciate it. It's because obviously asking my audience, which I think are great, but they're going to be biased towards me. So I wanted to get some input from people that are literally talking right now on a Discord server and see what they thought of it. Because I honestly, there is part of me that feels dirty about it. Even if it's legal, it feels like it's sort of misleading people that you're coming in.
I think just letting people know you're recording probably should cover most of your bases. Because most
honestly, even if you don't let them know, like the whole issue is a reasonable expectation of privacy. No one has a reasonable expectation of privacy on Discord.
There are
on a public room like this.
I think that's
In
only
a
one
public room like
component.
this, you do.
There's a
That's
number.
only one component. It's not a component of it.
Oh, I was just going to say real briefly, in a two-party consent state, I think it's not so much about privacy expectation. It's just about, I mean, it's what it is. It's like both parties have to consent, you know?
So at least in Florida, I did a paper on that when I was in Florida. It's about like a public space would count. This isn't legal advice, obviously, but a public space would count.
Yo, bro, who is this dude hating on you on your chat?
Like a public space would you're okay to record there even without their consent. I don't know if they use the reasonable expectation of privacy thing.
Yo, Rob, you got a guy saying the N-word in your chat, dude.
No, I don't think so.
I'm just kidding. I'm fucking with you. Yeah.
I'm pretty good at. Well, that's the other thing. Like, clearly, there's an entertainment value to streaming, right? So you want things to get heated, but I'm pretty benign as far as like, I don't have spicy takes like racial takes or takes that's going to be like too much to get me in trouble terms of service. But one thing you have to consider doing anything like this, anytime you're even taking call-ins, you do run the risk of someone just spurging out and shouting something that's against YouTube term of service or Twitch. Or
you're recording? Well, then.
Right. That's one of the reasons you don't want to announce it, particularly if it's someone that disagrees with you. Their consequences, they lose their Discord account, which maybe they don't give a shit. You lose your YouTube channel or your Twitch channel or TikTok or whatever, which is a different level. But
well, that's live streaming.
Can you set it up with the delay so it's not like full on live?
You probably could,
like
yeah.
Have, when they're airing stuff?
Yeah, you probably could set it up like with a minute delay or something like that. That's probably possible. But
hey, Thunder, your hot micing a little loud.
Bro, robnoerr.
What's up?
Appreciate it. Just the background.
You're actually friends with Andrew Wilson?
I worked for him, and I'm friends with him. Yeah,
I'm back.
Really?
Not a fan.
Rod, you stream on that.
I think he's kind of dumb.
You think he's dumb? I think he's a pretty smart guy. What do you dislike about him?
No, I mean, I haven't watched any of his videos recently, but I just remember he used to watch them and just like always disagree. So I mean, just give any take, and I probably must definitely disagree with it.
Do you think that you lean left wing? You're more of a Democrat?
I'm not a Democrat. I'm like a socialist.
Oh well, well then you're going to disagree with everyone with half a brain, right? That would be. No, that would make sense though. If you're socialist, why you would disagree with him and probably me, because I think most of our positions are going to be like, sort of opposite to the position you're coming at it. But I think Andrew's objectively a very good debater. Even
he's definitely a good debater, but yeah, I mean, anyway, but it doesn't make him right,
Andrew Wilson?
Yeah.
Well, the question isn't whether or not he's right, though.
Overall, he's pretty good. He has like a couple times he'll go a little bit off, but overall, he definitely kind of has like he does have talent for it, and he definitely has honed it over the years for sure.
No, I mean, okay, here's the thing though, the fly, because you initially, and now you're saying that even if he's a good debater, it doesn't make him right. But what's called into question
out. You gotta repeat your last sentence.
Wait, I think you could have.
What's called into question is not whether or not he's right; it's whether or not he's intelligent. So you initially start off by saying he's dumb. I think we can all agree he's a good debater, even if you don't think he's right about shit. But being right about something doesn't make you. People with really high IQ believe all sorts of things you might consider ridiculous.
Well, IQ sort of. I don't know what my IQ would be. I could say this: when I debated in college, I qualified for the national debate tournament, and I am almost 100% certain that of the people that qualified for that tournament that year, I probably had the lowest, if not bottom 5 IQ of everyone that was there. But I was pretty good. I was in the top half of the debaters. So it's not just IQ that makes a good debater. Sometimes being too smart means that you have a difficulty communicating to people in a way that they can understand, or that it sort of gives you a hubris or sort of a blind spot that you're not really focused on winning a conversation or winning someone over to your side. You're focused on other things. It's sort of like if you ever heard a doctor try to explain a difficult concept to you, they might be objectively right, but what good is it if they can't fucking articulate it in a way that people understand? Sorry for swearing. I don't know if that's allowed here, but for articulating in a way that people understand. So I don't know what Andrew's IQ is.
Wait, 1 second. Are you saying it's better for someone to convince someone of a lie than fail to convince them of the truth?
Am I saying that?
Yeah, is that not what you just said?
No. Where did
I just dropped back in. I dropped back in. Maybe I misunderstood you.
No. We were.
IQ.
Okay,
I misunderstood.
We are talking about.
The reason I brought up IQ is simply to make a broader point about the distinction between you disagreeing with somebody's takes and that person being intelligent or dumb. Fly had sort of a post with regards to that topic. But as far as you, robnoerr, specifically, I do know you kind of debated at a high level academically. Isn't that correct? You went to the national level?
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was in college?
Yes.
And you said you're confident that you were on the lower end as far as the IQs of the people on your team?
No. As far as the people that qualified for the top 10, so the national debate tournament you have to qualify for, it's basically the top 72 teams in the country, but each school could send up to 3 teams. So like there's no divisions. I went to a university called Clarion University. It's a little state school, but we were debating like Harvard and Northwestern and the military academy and all of these Ivy League schools. And so like I was debating people that literally had perfect SAT scores. I had like a fucking 1200. So I mean, some of these people are brutally smart, but you can still beat them in debates. A lot of times the IQ is sort of irrelevant to their ability to win a debate. Certainly helps. Being very smart helps. But it's like the equivalent of you might be the fastest person on the football field, but that doesn't mean that you're the best wide receiver. There's other talents that would be important to that,
Also, sometimes some positions are more defensible than others inherently.
Well, the thing is with any debate like that, obviously an IQ test is broken up into multiple subtests, and verbal IQ is distinct, or at least a more precise category than IQ, broadly speaking.
That's true.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, because like an SAT score, you're right, it has some overlap with like standardized testing on standardized
What sort of IQ test did you guys take then?
I didn't take one.
I just know.
Assuming Stanford didn't, if you'd be taking one.
Oh, you're just kind of making a guess. I got you.
Yeah. Just on this, we're using IQ as a cognitive measure, not as a general phrase of intelligence. Correct?
Yeah. I think that's fair.
Okay.
But
I'm just saying, because people that do use the latter, I'm just sorry, but that's a huge pet peeve of mine.
I think
that's just objectively incorrect.
I don't know. I don't think I have necessarily a good vocabulary, or even I may have I might be like a 5.2 out of 10 for intelligence, maybe slightly above average. But I think that what made me a good debater is sort of understanding sort of structure of argumentation, having a consistent worldview, and being able to articulate it. And that allows you to debate on a litany of topics. I think that for example, Andrew Wilson, you brought up, it doesn't matter if you agree with him or not. He's objectively good at debating. And I could say the same about people I don't like on the left. You could look at them and say, yeah, that's a good debater. Even if I think their ideas are garbage, I could say, they're a good debater. So, the idea of, possibly not liking Andrew or thinking he's wrong is different than thinking that he's good at articulating the points that he's making. You might just disagree with him.
A lot of debates are kind of like a chess game too. There's certain openers and there's certain closers and stuff, and you have all those moves memorized. You're going to be at an advantage against someone who doesn't too. So, like for instance, abortion. There's if you've debated abortion enough, and you go against someone who doesn't know all of the main pitfalls and points and argumentation, you're going to trounce them, no matter what their IQ is.
Yeah, yeah, obviously, it's a weird thing. Like, I'm pretty good at debate, but I have people all the time like, well, who would you lose a debate to? You want to know who I'd lose a debate to? My father-in-law that's never public spoken his entire life, but knows more about diesel engines than I will ever know. If we have a debate on what diesel engine's the best, he'll crush me. A hyper-specific knowledge on a subject that you're passionate about is always going to, be possible to propel you to being good. So if you're familiar with the research and your opponent's not, yeah, that's certainly a big help. I think that the general weakness, though, is I think it sounds stupid to say most people don't understand argument structure. Like, they don't know what helps win an argument. Like, for example, for me, the fundamental basis of debate is understanding that you have to have offense as to why your position should be preferred. I did a debate last night with a guy, and the topic was, I was affirmative saying that Trump should, we are better off with Trump having been elected than Kamala, right? And my opponent's basic entire argument was, there's really not a difference. There's slight differences on economics, but basically Trump's just the status quo. That's a huge mistake on his part, right? He should be like, Trump's bad. He violates civil rights. He's, Epstein files are bad. He's scamming people with meme coins, but to just say, I'll just, basically defend the position. Not one's really that much better than the other. That's a huge strategic blunder, right? Because then all I have to do is win any little offense, and perceptually to an audience, it's like, well, shit. Well, at least this guy's got arguments as to why Trump should be preferred. Things like that.
Wait. I got a question.
It's not dying on a hill. It's just sitting there with a going to sleep on the hill and letting yourself rot.
Yeah, that's something called a knowledge handy. Like, back when the debate community was more on the internet, they used to call guys who had really specific knowledge and were thus good at debating a certain topic, they would call them knowledge andies, because if you bring that guy into any philosophical debate or debate outside of that topic, they would just get raped or beaten down. Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry.
Wait. I have a question. Rob, you seem like the kind of person who I disagree with a lot on.
Okay.
What do you think about what happened in the house?
I'm sorry, I missed that. You cut out, maybe?
Sure. Uncapping the house.
Uncapping the house.
Yeah, do you know what that is?
I'm unfamiliar with the terminology.
Yeah, sure. It's real. I'm not trying to do a trap or anything. I want your genuine opinion. I'll try to be brief. The House of Representatives, nothing in the Constitution sets a number of people who have to be in it.
Mm-hmm.
In 1917, because we didn't want to expand the building, literally, they stopped adding new members. Before then, every census we would add new members so that the House districts would never get too big. We considered too big to be more than 250,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we stopped adding new House seats. Today, the average House member represents 750,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
This means so uncapping the House would be to remove that 435 person cap. And there's two plans. Either you set a random number, like 200,000, 300,000, whatever, or there's an idea called the Wyoming rule, where every House person represents a number of people exactly equal to the population of the smallest size state.
I don't know. I don't know what marginal difference it would have, other than to say maybe a lot of people that are career politicians that you'd want taken out with things like sort of term limits. It would negate their effect. I don't know that adding more representatives solves what I consider some of the fundamental problems with Congress, which is that the people we have there aren't really representing people as well. Anyways, it's seen more of a career path, and there's sort of influential people that are having their voice heard more. I think that the whole system's corrupt, to be honest. So I don't know that adding thousands upon thousands of new members of the House of Representatives would necessarily change that. It would probably just make it more of a shit show than you already see.
So I don't want to switch this to a whole debate on this, but I do just want to say, in terms of benefits, it would actually fit that. If a House member has to represent a smaller group of people, the effect of money on the election would decrease, because a smaller amount of money could still guarantee contact with a critical mass of voters. Additionally, it would prevent gerrymandering, because if you have more districts, it becomes harder to split or pack a state in ways that are not proportional. For instance, if California had 1 million districts, it would basically be impossible for the results of their elections to be anything but a perfect statistical, exactly proportional.
I mean,
right?
Again, it starts to get to problems. Like if you get to too, obviously that's ad absurdum, like going too far with it. Like if you just get to similar to a direct
I just want to say one last thing real fast. You're right. It is ad absurdum. This wouldn't result in more than 1,000 House members if we did the Wyoming rule.
Mm-hmm.
It would be 650, which would put us in second place in the world. We're currently in 21st. Sorry, I just wanted to put that out there.
I'll be honest. So what we'd be talking about is we currently have 400. How many
35.
members of the House do we have?
435.
435, and then 100 members of the Senate. So obviously it doesn't affect the Senate when it comes to the House. So we'd be adding, in effect, 150 would be what you're recommending?
120. Yeah. 115.
You can see Matt's not my strong suit. I don't know. I don't think it's the worst idea in the world. I can see potential benefits. I don't know how much it would really help out in the grand scheme of things. But it's something to consider. Little tweaks like this, though, I don't know. I think that there are more foundational issues with the country that there's time better sense. Sure. I'd like to see some, there are tools in place if you want to get to sort of archaic laws that I think actually would benefit giving the people more of a voice, like a convention of states. I think that if we could have something like that, you'd have a far more chance of the people's voice being heard than through what I think is a sort of ineffective and feckless Congress at this point. I think the real problem in Washington isn't even it is sort of that Congress has abdicated their responsibility, but everybody thinks it's to the president. It's not. It's to unelected bureaucrats in the executive. That's who the real power has. You can see it with spending. Congress has the power of the purse. Okay, but what do? Well, here's $500 million in discretionary spending to fight AIDS. And then they send it off to some bureaucrat that no one's ever heard of in the executive agency in an organization like USAID or any other of a number of organizations. And they're the ones that use the minutia to determine exactly where that money's going to go, exactly how it'll be put out. And so you've seen these executive agencies have so much power. The Chevron deference that was sort of overruled by the court last time, I think that that's a good starting point to start to curb some of these executive agency powers. But there needs to be a lot more done, particularly with organizations that I think are brutally corrupt, like the FBI, and have always been corrupt. They used to be corrupt more against left-wing people. Now they're corrupt more against right-wing people. Nonetheless, that organization will exist in perpetuity long after Donald Trump's gone or Hillary Clinton's gone or Barack Obama's gone. And to see the corruption that they engage with, in addition to places like the CIA, NSA, that to me is my top priority in sort of giving people a voice. That's why I consider myself a populist first and foremost, because I think that this shit's very corrupt and we need to be able to do something about it. No, I'm conservative as well. And I'm
sure. I just have a quick question. Do you think Donald Trump, do you buy the whole unitary executive thing they're pushing with Trump? And conservatives were pushing before even?
I don't know.
You don't know? I mean, if well, let me say, if you do buy it, then your argument you just made makes no sense. You'd have to say it's not reasonable, because otherwise the executive does have full power over the bureaucracy, and therefore it is giving power to the president. Like,
but the problem is the way that it's been implemented, though. So whether or not legally the president has the power to be sort of unitary is different than how it's played out. Like, for example, Joe Biden wasn't running this shit, and Joe Biden's a human walking vegetable. Like, it was clearly, like, we've been gaslit for years that there's no, quote, deep state or no establishment. Joe Biden's the best proof of it. The guy had to be led around by the hand by the Easter Bunny.
Continue your argument, dude.
So to get to the argument, what I'm saying is, so just because in theory, for example, Barack Obama or Joe Biden were the people that could ultimately point to all these agencies and say, I could tell you to do whatever they want, that's not the way that it's played out. Chuck Schumer announced this. He said, as Trump won the 2016 election and before he was sworn in, that Trump, the leader of the executive and therefore the agencies underneath it, such as the FBI, must be fearful of the FBI because they would find 6 ways of Sunday getting back at him. Now, that should disturb every single American, because in theory, Trump should be the person that's in charge of the FBI. He may go too far with it. He may, abdicate responsibility, but we should not have a system where the person that we elected to be the leader of this country has to be fearful of the agencies underneath him. And so as far as unitary executive goes, like the idea that he would have this like unilateral power over these agencies, that's not the way it's played out. And that's certainly not the way it played out in the first Trump term. Regardless of what power he would seek to consolidate, the truth is the rats were running the ship, and they were leaking and they were spying on and doing all sorts of stuff that they wanted. You could even see this with the State Department. When the State Department,
wait 1 second. I feel like we're going on to a different.
Go ahead.
And I don't want to turn this into a whole debate.
It's
I know
all right.
everyone's rolling their eyes at that, but that's all
Could I just ask a question quickly, Menace?
Well, this is going to be real fast. I'm not even going to make a point.
Okay.
Because I'm quickly becoming high as shit. But
on life.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, for legal reasons on life.
Well, I'm in a country where it's legal. There you go. Bada boom.
Could be anything. Credible. I don't know. I don't give a shit.
Anyways,
so.
For Discord legal reasons.
I know that this is sort of not a thing. That's very like, I don't know. I don't know if you'll respect this. Before you go and start spouting unitary executive theory, I really do suggest you read some non-biased law review articles about it. This is a very complicated subject, and I think you would benefit from that a lot. This is something that people can lie about, and yeah, it's just going to be very annoying to hear people spouting that talking point.
I think that, to be clear, it's not that I'm spouting the talking point. You asked me if I believe.
No, I'm not. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that you're spouting the talking point. I'm saying if you do come to a conclusion on it in some future time, where you do then start spouting talking points, I would prefer, so long as I have the ability to encourage you to do this, that I didn't have to hear it not well-founded.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think that the three areas that I approach politics from are, first off, I'm first and foremost a populist because I think that the system is corrupt. And before maybe me and people on here would have an interesting conversation about universal health care, my answer to this conversation would be, well, you better hope that the people that really run the country agree with you, or it doesn't matter how articulate either of us are on that debate, because it turns out that the will of the people's not that relevant. There's all sorts of stuff that's done through Congress, through the executive agency, heck, even through the courts that aren't that popular. So you better hope the people making the decisions really care. That's number one. Secondly, I consider myself libertarian adjacent, though that's changing a little more. And I have a distrust of any sort of government power, and including consolidation of that power in the hands of few. So my gut feeling is to say, I don't want to see someone like a president consolidating power. However, if I had to choose between someone who is at least somewhat accountable because they're an elected representative over people whose names I don't even know that have the power to take away my Fourth Amendment, to spy on me through the Patriot Act, to do all kinds of stuff to me. I guess I'd take the transparent person that I could at least hold some kind of accountability. And then third and lastly, I consider myself a conservative, and a Christian conservative. And so that also influences my political worldview. Now, those last two positions are oftentimes at odds. A lot of times the Christian conservative in me is like, well, screw the libertarianism, right? That shit's a joke. It's lolcow, bullshit, lobultarian, But on the other hand, it's like, yeah, but I do have a healthy distrust of government authority. So I'm not spouting unitary executive theory. It's like, yes, this is what it is. The president should have sole authority. I know you're not saying that, but I just want to make it clear to everyone. I'm not saying that I'm like definitively, yes, I've looked into it. The president has sole executive authority under the Constitution. I don't know. I'm not a constitutional scholar, nor am I an attorney. I'd be happy to look into it and render a judgment, but it's not something that I've heavily invested in. What I do know is there's way too much power to people that aren't the president, that aren't transparent whatsoever, and they need to start being held accountable. That I certainly know.
So, can I actually ask you a question about that belief?
Sure.
Do you think so? In my opinion, that is a result of a slow Congress and, just of a slow and difficult to what's the word? To like get together Congress. But you disagree, whatever. How would you change it? Like, how would you have us elect every person in the EPA? Just
No,
the top of the EPA?
I would curtail their power massively. I would curtail the power of the executive in general, and in particular of these agencies massively. I think that it's way too big. There's way too many agencies and way too many people within those agencies. So I would immediately I would disband the FBI. I would go with Vivek's plan that said that you give those resources to places like state police, U.S. Marshals, places like ICE, other executive agencies. There's a lot of redundancy. For example, we have
that just one level down? Isn't that the same thing, one level down?
Well, but technically, yes, you could say that. But what I'm saying is that we have so much redundancy that what ends up happening is that we could probably all agree, we could see like missions of some of these executive agencies, why you would want some sort of executive agency to be in charge of it. For example, all of us can agree that we don't want to go back to a time where there was no coordination amongst police forces, and so some crazy serial killer could commit some crime in Minnesota and then flee and make it to Oregon, and everyone just shrugs their shoulders and goes, well, there's no cooperation between the forces. And I think a lot of that's solved in the modern day because we're very more interconnected. But, I understand the mission of the FBI originally, that we have this sort of federal police force. Great. And they have some sort of intelligence component to it. Totally get it. But the problem is, like, when you have like 12 agencies that have overlapping missions, there ends up being mission creep, and they all end up justifying their own existence more and more and more and more and more. And so I think that you need to make these agencies more transparent to the American people. You need to cut back the size of them. You need to cut back the mission and scope of it to just the foundational stuff, the core stuff that they should be able to do. And I think that's a good first step. Our government is massive. There are way too many employees in our government. There's way too much authority, particularly in these unelected bureaucrats. And so step one is curtailing the numbers and curtailing the core missions of them. And then, that's step two. Step one is holding people accountable that have abused that authority. That's where I would say.
So wait, I have a question. Obviously, we think that to some level the EPA should exist. You shouldn't have companies pouring like cancerol or whatever cancer chemicals into like the public drinking lake, like the lake that the water for the town is brought from, right? We shouldn't have companies doing that. Are you saying every state should do that instead?
Well, no, I would have to think exactly about what the mission of the EPA is, whether or not they should exist as standard. But I don't, in theory, have a problem with a federal agency who is overseeing that there's not blatant, like, dumping toxic chemicals in the children's drinking water. I think that it's okay to have some sort of federal oversight of that. But the EPA is an organization where they've abused that power.
Sure. I'm asking you a hypothetical, and I just wanted to get your opinion on that first. So let's imagine the shortest hypothetical line of people, right? Between the guy who checks for the water being polluted and the president.
Okay.
Because obviously the president wouldn't appoint every one of those guys.
Of course.
Right? Is he going to appoint their managers?
what you would see,
or
likely,
where would we have the election be?
So I think what you would see is that he would appoint. I think that what would happen is that you appoint people that are sort of managing heads of those sorts of departments, and then you allow them to appoint people underneath them. However, two things. One, there's probably way too many people at the EPA. And secondly, the authority that they've been given in the mission creep, it far exceeds what the scope of that should be. Again, if you go back, I could be wrong. I haven't read the details of the case in quite some time. But the last court term where Chevron doctrine was overturned, what that was about, I believe it was the EPA. And the idea is this, that the EPA has the right, and these other executive agencies, to basically create law, is in effect what they could do. So they could take a core mission of them, like regulate water for fisheries.
I got Chevron. I got that.
So then the idea is, should we have an EPA that's doing that, that's going in and it's going to small boat captains and saying, not only do we have the right to fine you if you don't let us inspect you, but you have to pay for the very inspection that we're saying legally you have to comply with. And so this disproportionately is hurting smaller fisheries because they're like, we can't afford this. Of course, the big corporate places can afford it, but these burdensome regulations are hurting them. That's beyond the scope of what the EPA should be doing. So how does that affect your question? Yes, of course, we wouldn't expect, let's say that we need 1,000 people working at the EPA. It's absurd to think that the elected president would appoint all 1,000 of them. He would certainly appoint one or two people, probably one, that would then make those sort of hiring decisions. But that's not the problem I have. It's not that, these are unelected or unappointed people.
I just wanted to check.
Okay.
I just wanted to check. So then, in that case, if someone else wanted to say something, I'm sorry. I keep doing this.
It's completely gone. Kind of like I was just curious in terms of like the bare basics. When I'm saying Marx here, I'm talking in terms of the sociological text, not from Marxism text, because that is one of the most common misconceptions I get when I say the phrase Marxist. In terms of like that populist stance, the more I think about it, there's actually more similarities between like proposed Marxist understanding of the world and populist views as well. It was just something I was wondering to see if I could get your thoughts on.
So it depends on how you define Marxism. I can't claim to be a scholar in Marx or any of that, and I've debated 50 different people that define it in 50 different ways. However, let me see if I can make
the biggest problems with the topic.
Let me see if I can generalize and get some sort of common ground with you and see if you would agree with this. I think that we had two populist organizations that had so much in common, even though they looked like the exact opposite. And I would say that that was the Tea Party and Occupy Wall Street. Now, seemingly, when you looked at them, there couldn't be more different. In fact, the type of person that would show up to a Tea Party rally, you'd expect to be wearing American iconography, probably older people that like their guns, their Bibles. Occupy Wall Street's like the dirty hippie that's like, down with Wall Street, But both of them were sort of pointing to something, which is there are this sort of, oligarchical class that's running shit and we're getting screwed over, right? They're approaching it. Their solutions would be radically different, but I think they're both pointing towards a similar problem. And the idea of populism of saying that, like, look, there are people right now that are in institutional control and things are no longer representing the will of the people. I think that there could be a lot of people right now that are Marxists that would say, yes, we are left-wing populists. I think a lot of Bernie supporters or, some of these more what I would consider radical progressives are basically left-wing populists. In my estimation, we'll see if you agree with this, I think that the establishment was more than happy to sort of have two heads of the same body with the two-party system that was like the Hillary Clintons versus the Jeb Bushes. Heads we win, tails you lose. That's the way I look at it. They're happy with either outcome. I think that 2016 saw a wave of populism across the world, including in the United States, where all of a sudden you had these two people that were at least seen as potential outsiders, as Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump, that were coming up. And Bernie, they basically screwed over in the primary. But with Trump, they were like, fine, whatever. Let the people have their voice, just like with Brexit. They'll go out. We have a 99% chance of winning. We'll put a bunch of propaganda. Our person wins. End of game. And it didn't work out for them.
Wait, are you pro Brexit?
Yeah, sure. Of course I am.
Crazy.
Why
Dude.
wouldn't I be? Countries should be able to control their own borders.
Look at Britain
The
and
country
tell
can't
me
produce
that
their
Britain
own
is doing
food.
better.
No,
than
they
would be.
continued. They didn't enforce what Brexit should have been, and there's a bunch of refugees / migrants that are coming in, making the place terrible.
Yeah,
You won't even recognize Britain in a generation or two from now.
If they were in the EU, that wouldn't have happened. Nor would it. It's crazy. Never mind. I'm not going to go down this route. That's so mean.
Yeah, no. Like as someone who can see both sides, Brexit was like a financial fucking bomb, and everyone.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I know people suggest that. I don't know. What I do know
There's
is
literally photos of people not being able to get fresh fruit for like months on end.
Yeah, Britain's a developing nation in like 10 years.
And like.
I don't know
because of economics, not because of immigration.
I don't know the details of it. I will say this:
the farming industry is being shit on as well.
I do know this, right? If the argument was that because of Brexit that the EU is maliciously targeted England, or I guess the UK, then screw them anyways. And second, the idea that each of these nations should have their own sovereignty and not people in Brussels that are making these decisions for them, including the mass importation of people that have vastly different cultural values, I think that it's worth it to try to stick up for that. And if the argument is, yes, but if you do that, the same globalists that were enforcing that cultural shift on you will crush you economically, I'm not sure that's an argument for staying in Brussels.
It wasn't that. It was the import taxes and stuff, from my understanding. Don't quote me on that.
I can't claim to be an expert on Brexit. What I can say is
that was part of it. But let me I hate to interrupt again, but I don't actually. If you leave a free trade agreement, they're not going to have free trade with you. That seems so obvious. Saying that that's the EU being malicious is like the biggest I want my cake. Oh, I've eaten my cake, but I still want my cake. No, you can't have your cake and eat it too. If you leave the free trade agreement, you don't get free trade.
But it was more than just a free trade agreement. The people didn't vote in
It doesn't matter what it was. It was also a free trade agreement, and they said, fuck you.
Let me finish. And so wanting out of the parts of it that weren't free trade because you weren't happy with that doesn't mean that you would be opposed to having free or fair trade with those countries. If those countries decide, no, you had to take all of this other shit in order to get the free trade, and if you don't want it, then we won't trade with you, that's fine. I still think that it is worth for the people to be able to vote to control their own sovereignty than rather to be controlled by people that they don't elect that are making important decisions for their country. Furthermore,
yeah, you can think it's good, but don't say the EU was being malicious. They were doing.
Well, they certainly were.
Thing.
They were.
Wow.
If you leave a free trade union, they don't have to give you free trade.
I'm not saying they have to. I'm not saying they have to. Of course not. That doesn't mean that there's not a malicious component to it. They wanted to make an example of the UK. You disagree?
Yes.
Yeah, but that's
okay.
That's good. Well, then they're right.
If you leave this free trade agreement, you're not part of the free trade agreement. It's not malicious.
Where did I say anything about within their rights? I mean, if they have force, anything's within their rights, right? It's not a matter of rights or not. What it's a matter of, they specifically were making an example out of the UK. That's fine. And what you'll see is, I think you're seeing that a lot of these countries that stayed in Brexit, those people are quite unhappy with sort of what they're seeing as the cultural shifts that are occurring in their country as well now. And some of them are even struggling economically in different ways.
Rising.
What's that?
What? Eurofederalism is on the rise, not Euroscepticism. The European people are more in favor of the European Union than they have been before.
I think you're seeing I'd have to look at the data, but I think actually you're seeing a lot of right-wing parties, including ones that are considered right-wing extremists, that are getting incredible gains in a lot of these countries.
Yeah, that's subjective.
They
are, but at the same time, the Russia invasion.
That's the root cause of it, though. Like,
what's the root cause? What?
I'm sorry, I couldn't keep up with what people were saying. The other thing I'll say, all of it's irrelevant to whether or not it was good or not. The will of the people was not enforced, right? Like, so they drug their feet about Brexit. They did this also with the Libsyn Treaty. What happens is they say, you could vote, and then when the vote doesn't go the way that these globalists want, they say, now wait a minute. We don't like that. We don't like the way that the vote went. So let's redo the vote.
I wasn't able to hear your answer to my initial question. Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
My mom came in, so I was picking something up.
I didn't hear the initial question, perhaps?
With the Marx question, right? And when I'm talking about Marx, I'm not talking from an economic perspective at all. Okay,
I thought my answer was basically it depends on exactly
I wasn't
what
able to hear.
It depends on exactly what you mean by Marxism, but I will agree. People that identify as socialist or Marxist or communist, whatever term you want to use, there is a tinge of populism that's running through them currently right now that I think shared with people that maybe are coming at it from an opposite perspective that you would see traditionally more on the right.
I'm talking more on the right-wing populism perspective, in terms of not in terms of controlled by the people, but more the kind of bourgeoisie and that aspect of it.
Yes, there is a lot.
For example, the power and economic relationships being related.
Yes,
right?
I think that they would radically disagree on what the policy prescription would be, but they're both identifying that sort of the working class has been screwed over.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm coming from it, not necessarily as like a whole political view. I'm looking at more of an academic view.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of overlap. And again, I think that that's a lot of the reason of the rise of Brexit and the reason for the rise of people like Bernie Sanders and the rise of people like Donald Trump. Previous to Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump, you had Ron Paul in the United States. He was making similar claims. That sort of the working man was getting screwed over in the United States. He's coming at it from more of a libertarian perspective. And so there is like people waking up in the United States and elsewhere that are sort of like, look, we're noticing that the people that we're electing as leaders, things are getting precipitously better for them and their class of people, but that's not really being shared with people further down the line. Wealth disparity tends to be growing, and we're being left scraps. And although it is true, I think it's a huge mistake to deny just how lucky we are to be born in this time, particularly if we're born in the West. Oftentimes people misread that as saying like, see, that proves that there's nothing to complain about. Quite the contrary. The technological advances that we have, the ability that we've had stand on the shoulders of giants that had to do all of this difficult, laborious work to get us to the point where we are, we're not seeing the advantages that we otherwise would be getting if these countries were being ran by people that were trying to have the interest of the working class at heart. And so that's where I'm at. It's sort of two competing views. It doesn't mean that things are, because I've debated like I debated a Marxist one time, a self-professed Marxist, that told me that this was like 4 years ago. Objectively, living in the United States right now at that time, like circa 2021, was the worst place and time to live in history, which is laughable. Like that's
I
a
wouldn't
joke,
say that's even a perspective of. I wouldn't attribute that to Marxism at all. I'd fucking attribute that to someone who's
is an idiot. That's what it is.
Disillusioned with their current situation.
It's clearly beyond the pale. It's like you can throw a dartboard at a country right now and it's worse, and you can throw a dart at any time.
I'd say
Australia's.
I mean, that's just not a good representation of communism, right? Or someone who is literally an idiot.
I'm not saying that, but there are people, and the same could be true of people on the right that'll say this is as bad as it's ever been. That's absurd. It's not as bad as it's ever been. Now there are things that are bad, and there are things that are getting worse. And you might say if we don't stop it now while we still have a chance, it could reach a point of no return. But I mean, we're not in Rwanda, we're not on year zero or some shit like that,
There could be certain things that have not been this bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
Are we talking about Israel now?
I should say,
let's talk about Israel, guys.
No, I'd rather die. I'd rather die.
You're trying to get my channel
hey, don't die for Israel, gay menace.
Good guy just wants to talk about Israel because you can't talk about anything else.
Well, listen.
I'm so sorry. I thought you guys were actually talking about Israel, and I.
No.
God damn you.
I could have wanted nothing. There's no world that comes out worse for me than the world where I just. God damn it.
Can I say this? I've thoroughly enjoyed the conversation. I am going to head out though, but I did enjoy it, and thank you so much for sort of your advice on like giving me an idea of whether or not something like this would be feasible while I'm streaming. By the way, this isn't content like this discussion we're having here isn't sort of the content that people on my channel want. They want me to come in and be like, "To hell with you, commies! You all suck!" Which maybe you do, maybe not. I don't know, but I enjoyed the conversation though. I did.
Have you spoke about mandatory attendance for voting yet?
What's that?
No, we haven't.
Have you touched mandatory attendance for voting?
Mandatory attendance, meaning I think you should have to vote in person, barring medical issues or military service. Is that what you mean, or do you mean everyone should have to vote?
Everyone. So it's not to vote; you need to attend, because the law isn't you have to vote here. It's just you have to get your name ticked off.
So, for example, I would have to show up on a polling station on voting day. I don't have to vote, but I need to show that I was there.
Or you can nail it in if you. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a bad idea.
Can I ask you something before you leave, Rob?
Sure.
Hold on. Yeah. So, you said you were talking about how thinks that we're living in the worst country in the worst period of time on like basically the worst country you could possibly live in the worst period of time. So when you refute that, typically what I hear is like, what I hear from people like you is that basically there might be social issues with the country, there might be issues with corruption or issues with the government not being representative, but materially we are the best off, and that's what rectifies those two things, right?
I mean, you don't even have to make the argument that we're the best off. You just have to make the argument that materially we're not starving to death, right? We're not
even close,
the Holodomor where people are, eating their children. I mean, that's a
we're
hell that you can't
way
imagine.
better off.
Right. It's
better
outside
off.
the. It's one of those things. It's like the old meme you hear, like, well, what would be stronger, a baby or a nuclear bomb? It's like it's so outside the realm of just
how big is the baby?
Well,
Yeah.
No one ever asks about the baby. They always forget about the baby.
Maybe
how small is the nuclear bomb?
Franklin.
What's
Exactly.
What's socio-political views?
But all right, is that the only question you had for me, or?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You debated Wurzelroot years ago. I saw that. It was kind of toxic. It wasn't a real debate. It wasn't substantive. Why?
If I remember, Wurzel was sort of a groiper, right? Am I right about that?
Well, you debated him, Jason, and Kai Clips all at the same time.
Yeah, that wasn't a debate. There was this streamer named what's her name? Star something.
Yeah, Stardust.
Stardust. And I was just driving to work, and I heard that they were just basically spurging out, like calling her the N-word and stuff, and saying that people were too cowardly to call in. And the whole point that I was trying to make to them was, it wasn't a substantive debate. I was just like, one, if you're going to be funny, be funny. I don't think you guys are that funny. And secondly, I think you're doing a disservice to any sort of serious political movement that you would want to be having, because although there is a place for humor, and I'm all for, by the way, let's be edgy, let's use taboo words and shit like that. That's fine. I'm not like offended that people are using racial slurs or homophobic slurs. That's not the issue. What I'm saying is, when you're coming in and you're just basically spurging out saying it, like, and then you're going to be like, oh, and check it out. What did they call their festival that they were having? Like the America First rally or whatever. They're like, all of these Congress people are going to show up. And I'm like, yeah, you guys are really screwing the pooch here. Like, as soon as they hear this live stream, they're going to be like, yeah, we're not touching that event with a 10-foot pole. I think that Nick Fuentes, even if I disagree with him, is very smart and charismatic, and he could make his views, although you may find despicable, he could make them seem more palpable through his intelligence and his charisma. But oftentimes the people surrounding him are incapable of doing that, and they come across as just childish people that want to spurg out and, insult Jewish people or racial slurs, etc. And I was just making the point to them, that's fine. You can call me fat. You can make fun of my appearance. You can make fun of, like, my marriage or whatever like that, but you're not doing yourself a service if the goal is serious political change. That's it. That was, if I remember what the discussion was,
Okay, well, I'll just talk to you more, but I don't want to hold you, man. I really want to leave and stuff, so all right, peace.
All right, thanks, man. Anyone else? By the way, if anyone ever wants to come over my channel and talk, just let me know. You can DM me or whatever at this account.
What's your channel?
Normal America with Rob.
Yo, I'm totally down.
Yeah, you come over.
Bet.
I had a question.
I do call-ins every day about noon. You just call in on StreamYard. So
wait, Rob, we just said open
What time is that
messages?
GST? Because it might be 4 in the morning or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, if you're Australia, yeah. I think there's like a 10-hour difference between here and Australia. Some parts of Australia.
Which state?
Pennsylvania. Well, which state in Australia?
No,
right?
for me.
Yeah,
for me.
I don't know. You people have states over there. Isn't it just all big?
We have states
desert
and territories,
beach,
bro.
I know. I actually have a lot of viewers that are from Australia, so I've gotten to learn.
I do wonder because, like, in terms of, I'm not calling you a radical by any means. Just had a quick look at like your channel and some of the stuff, but a lot of there has been a surgence of National Socialist networks popped up, which has started like doing neo-Nazi demonstrations, which is like kind of just settling a little.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I have no
Yeah.
love for people that identify like that. What I would say about it, though, is what happens is when you play sort of identity politics games with one side, inevitably the other side's going to play as well. And so what happens is you could look at it like through the perspective of like minorities in the United States. You could even look at it through the perspective of like the ADL and sort of issues that groups that claim to speak up for Jewish people have been pushing for many years. And what happens is I think that there is a lot of truth to what these groups are saying when it comes to perceived power that people that are connected to Israel have. And so you could say something like, well, it tends to be that a lot of people in Hollywood are Jewish. It tends to be that a lot of people in the banking industry are Jewish. Now, what does that mean to me? Like, okay, well, what's the reason for that? So, for example, as a right winger, when someone says to me something like this, well, how about the fact that blacks are incarcerated or are far more than whites? That could be racism, but maybe not. Maybe there are reasons. Maybe there are cultural reasons.
That wasn't necessarily the angle I was going here, by the way.
Okay, well, let me finish up real quick then, and then I'll get back. So give me like 20 seconds. So then by the same metric, I would say the same. If you just notice that there are Jewish people in positions of power, well, what's the reason? Why are they there? I think there is legitimate criticism to be made about the nation of Israel and the amount of influence they have in the United States. And I think that oftentimes people get radicalized because they feel like they can't make those legitimate criticism. And so when there's another group there that says, see, we told you, it's this big nefarious conspiracy, that's the direction that it goes down.
Yeah. So the whole Jewish stuff isn't necessarily an issue here because most of the people, in terms of historically being in charge and in positions of wealth in Australia, have been white Catholics.
Okay.
For example, Murdoch is one that you may be very aware of. Controls, I think, was a set. Australia's media is, I believe, as if not more single entity owned than the CCP.
Okay.
With
But what's so the point? Are you trying to get to that? There's a rise in sort of these groups in Australia as well.
Yeah, there's a rise. There was an article. I need to look into this. I can send you it once I find it if you want. Talking about how the basically what they're finding is that it's stemming from multiple kind of online influencer accounts, which are being let out. This isn't the whole like, oh, Joe Rogan, the Manosphere type thing. It was talking more in terms of like the Twitter sphere.
The problem is, I think the reason that you see people like that have influence is because those voices have been shut out for so long. And it's not just that. More importantly than that is the voices that have been the traditional ones that are deemed acceptable are pushing a view that is antithetical to what a lot of people believe and not taking their issues seriously. And so what happens is, like, from the perspective of white men, like, you get laughed out if you want to talk about issues that affect white men. What are you talking about? You're privileged. It's everywhere. I assume that's the case in Australia as well. The media is probably dominated with that. I would assume
media
that the
centrist right over here.
I don't believe that. I believe I've heard people.
Most all printed media, excluding a couple of circumstances, are owned solely by News Corp, which is already putting it into that centrist right position.
I even if it was true with the printed media, I bet that the media, particularly like televised media,
TV wise, there's only 1 to 2 who you consider left wing centrist.
Yeah,
I
thought that was well known.
I hear these similar claims in the United States. Let me ask you this: do you think the media is dominated by the left or the right in the United States?
Oh, definitely the left.
In the United States, I don't have enough of the knowledge about.
You think it's the right? I would say it's the left. Well, it depends on what you mean by right.
It was the left 10 years ago. Every news station has moved to the
Oh,
right.
CNN did make a move towards the right, and also Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post.
And the New York Times. All these people are moving to the
Well,
right.
hold on. Rob, you said to prove your point, but can you contend against what we're saying?
Yes, there's certainly
no. In general, I think he's wrong, but I don't care about that. I'm trying to remember 2 other questions I have.
It's certainly that the New York Times is not right wing. It is certain that the CNN is not right wing.
They are.
They're not.
That also depends what you mean.
Let me finish. It is such a ridiculous claim from my perspective that to have you say that and say, and it's the same in Australia. These organizations are right wingers like CNN.
Australia
and the New York
different.
Times is laughable. It's laughable to me.
No. The other guy.
We have the New York Times here. We don't have CNN.
The other guy disagreed with me.
Australia is a different point. But like I said, It depends on what you mean by right, or what the gay menace is saying is right. At the very least, the whole notion of, like, we keep the status quo, we keep the capitalist in power, this, that, and the other, which is a right wing sort of ideology. That's been America for forever.
Is there a
you want to talk about?
Let me ask you this: do you believe that there is a serious quote left wing in the United States, or would you say like basically the Democrats are also right wing?
Yeah, the Democrats are left wing. The Democrats are 100%.
They're centrist left.
You think? Y'all think they're socialists?
No, I don't think they're socialists.
No, they're not socialists. Are they anti-capitalist?
And that's also the thing, like complete socialism within itself, spectrum a bit, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
no, the Democrats are definitely left. I don't have like a hyper like. I'm not saying that if you believe in capitalism, you're a right wing network. Like legitimately,
Yeah,
CNN.
it's like I exist.
Yeah,
I exist.
Sure. CNN, like CNN, New York Times, MSNBC, like they go quite soft on Trump compared to how they went on.
I mean,
Biden
it's just
Harris.
absurd. If that's how you're going to define it, that they're wait, your argument is CNN, New York Times, and MSNBC are softer on Trump than Biden?
Yeah, for sure.
You're not living in reality.
I am.
That's so laughable. It's so laughable.
I'll talk to you later about this when I can look up examples. But it's actually true.
It is not in the realm.
It sounds like you haven't listened to these places.
No, I certainly have.
Since 2016, and a lot of people haven't. Like, there's this cultural knowledge.
That's not true. I watch clips all the time. Admittedly, I don't have cable. But yes, that's right. So, for example, give me Rachel Maddow, pro-Trump.
No, I'm not saying they're pro-Trump. God, no.
Okay, so Rachel Maddow was harder on Joe Biden than she is Donald Trump.
No, Rachel Maddow is on the left-wing offerings on MSNBC.
Okay, Jake Tapper.
More left-wing. Fuck, I can't remember. I can't remember names right now. Like I
said, me, like, what program am I tuning in on CNN? What writer am I looking at the New York Times or on MSNBC that is softer on Donald Trump than they were Joe Biden?
Yeah, look, I can send you the names I said earlier. I'm not.
I would be happy to have this discussion. I think that it's laughable on its face. It really is. And it's one of those.
I really don't think it is.
Scott Adams talks about this, like that we're watching two different movies. We're watching the same facts in front of us, and we're so different. And it's constant a source of frustration of me. I'm not attacking you or saying you're bad people or anything, but I don't know how I can have a conversation with someone that looks at a platform like MSNBC and says, "Yeah, they're way easier on Trump than they were on Biden." That's a joke.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
Wait, stop. Two things. First of all, I need to ask two questions because I got to go after this. Second of all, I want to say one more thing about the news thing. Which do you want me to do first? The questions.
I have a time frame here too, so go ahead, whatever order you want.
Okay. So the questions. Do you have a legal opinion on Donald Trump's 14th Amendment birthright citizenship executive order?
I would have to look at the legality of it, but I think that there is a claim to be made that it had to do with slavery was the intent of it, and to say that the freed slaves would be allowed to be citizens. I think that regardless of the legal aspect of it, it's certainly something that we should revoke.
Okay, sweet. So then the next question is, where do you stand? Do you have a legal opinion on whether or not illegal immigrants have rights under the Constitution?
Yeah, of course they have rights. Everyone in the world has rights. The extent of what those rights are vastly different. Do you have a legal opinion on the Supreme Court ruling that deportation is not a punishment?
Yeah, I think that's dumb, but that's
what the court ruled.
What was the ruling?
Real quick,
what the fuck?
Deportation is not a punishment. The Supreme Court's ruled that. The other question I have for you then is, what due process do you have as an illegal when it comes to deportations? What's the level of due process do you feel that people are entitled to?
It depends on a million things.
It's true.
If you've been here for like 2 decades, like for certain you deserve a full trial.
Well, it's not about deserve, it's about what the law says that you have. And the truth is,
the law usually would give them a full trial.
That's not necessarily true. And what I'm saying is the term,
they wouldn't
what
give them
you'll
a
see
full
is
trial if
people
they were
will say
caught
things like,
on the
these
border.
people deserve due process, but due process isn't a universal thing. Due process for different levels of crimes, different levels of offenses, etc., could be different in different prospects. That's certainly true.
That's true. Yeah, no, I'm not debating that.
But someone said what? Like, I mean, that's self-evidently true.
Yeah, that's.
I thought you were saying that like they didn't deserve like due process depending on the crime.
No, that's not what I'm saying. There's always a default level of due process. The question is, what does that due process look like? And the due process for deportations is far lower in a legal standard than it would be like being thrown into jail for a crime.
depending on the circumstance. But
well, I don't think that there's differentiation in the law that I see. I point to the law that suggests that if you're an illegal and you've been here for 20 years, that you get different due process.
I can do that.
I don't think that's true, but I'm willing to be proven wrong.
Sure, I'll ask someone who did the immigration clinic at my school. The final thing I want to say on the news thing, right? The news media are writing headlines. My basic claim is the news media are writing headlines that are just about as negative about Trump as they were about Biden, and Trump is doing things that are far, 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 far worse.
That's your opinion. And they're not writing two things. One, it's your opinion that they're worse.
In like a semi-objective way.
It's not objective. It's your opinion that they're worse because he's doing things that you personally don't like, right? And secondly, you're just wrong that there is a comparative that they're about the same level of negativity. The media stood back in silence as Joe Biden was a human vegetable, and they basically had no access to him, and they basically allowed that narrative, despite the evidence that all Americans could see. They let it go. The New York Times did, MSNBC did, CNN did. Yes, they did. They hardly made it a point. Once in a blue moon, they would write one article.
Forever.
That's not true.
They talked about for several months.
Actually,
that's not true.
They were 100% talking about it.
What you're saying is
they talked about that too much relative to the evidence.
They certainly didn't talk about it too much. And what you'll see is when you go back and you look at the reporting, it'll say things like this. Age is one of the concerns of Biden, and he has had some medical stumbles.
Yeah.
And so his team's trying to push back against that. That's different than being like, this dude, there are people, let me finish. There are people behind this. Now we have Jake Tapper writing his book. All of it comes out now. All these staffers, people behind the scenes are saying, my goodness, this guy was so infirmed. Now they're admitting, we thought it was weird that we basically had no access to this guy, unlike other presidents that we had. They could have been reporting all of that at the time. They chose not to.
So
That's probably because
if every time they mentioned Joe
they didn't
Biden,
want to lose as well.
there was a solid several month streak where every single time they mentioned Joe Biden in an article in the New York Times, because at the time I was reading the New York Times every day, I would read a bunch of it. Every time they mentioned him, they would always bring up the concerns about his age. They even in things that didn't matter. Like I remember reading an article about a trip that he took where no incidents occurred, and it was talking mostly about like the situation the country is in. And then at the end, it's like, and Joe Biden visited the country. There have been recent concerns about Joe Biden's health and age, and it's like this has nothing to do with what was being talked about.
That's different. Saying one, I don't think that was in every article, but let's assume that it was. That's different than the framing that is. People say Republicans are concerned about his age is different than saying, here's a bunch of stuff that show that this story is actually true. They're just reporting Republicans pounce. That's their report. That's not the same as what they do with Donald Trump, where they literally are making articles that are concluding how bad he is and how all of these. They gave themselves Pulitzer Prizes in pushing the Russia hoax story. That's how desperate they were to go after Trump. They refused to cover. They refused to cover the Hunter Biden laptop story.
I've kept you way too long, my man.
All right. Well, hey, if you guys ever want to talk, go ahead and DM me. So.
Oh, I will.
Later, man.
Take it easy. Thank you for real for your help. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. Check out the law review articles. Seriously.
Did you DM them?
No, you can literally just look up law review article unitary executive, and it'll instantly you'll get good results.
All right, we'll see it. All right. What do you guys think? It wasn't super spicy, but you start to get to the meat of it there, right? I mean, that's sort of what you deal with so many of these lefties that's absolutely out of control. Can you all hear me, by the way? I mean, these are people that are sitting there arguing that not just the New York Times, not just CNN, but MSNBC is right wing. Now, how do you, it's so hard. Take the debate I had with RTP last night, right? Right? And so, in that debate, we're talking about wage growth, real wage growth, and whether it's up or down. And he's just pulling stats out of his ass. And, we talked about it early in the debate. Now, imagine that you could do that about stuff that's just self-evident. New York Times, super right wing. They're right wing. They're equally harsh on Biden and Trump's objectively way worse. It's laughable. How do you have, when you're looking at the same thing and you're starting that far, what am I supposed to do? Do you want me to provide evidence of the bias of the New York Times? I have to do that? That's what I have to do. It's not even worth the conversation to me. If you can't see that with your own eyes, if you can't see it, I don't think that it's worth my time to try to convince you of that. And that's what I said when they said, oh, the media in Australia is super right-wing. That's why I asked, would you say the same about the United States? And most of them were like, well, of course. Now I know about the U.S. media. Yes, if you are sort of a Marxist, if you are a socialist, then you'd say, of course, it's right-wing. But it was entertaining. Now, let's read some super chats. There's no reason that we can't do better tonight, but you guys are crushing it. Postal Joe, $5, says, Crucible Crusader, there's still about 160,000 people that use dial-up AOL internet. Very interesting. The Great Wade Boggs, $50. Man, thank you. Says, I consulted the Magic 8 Ball regarding the Discord invasion dilemma. All signs point to yes. It has been decided. There you go. Well, we did a little of it tonight. I enjoyed it. Wade Boggs, another $20, says, Austin home. Can't ever be right. Thank you. The Great William Gramer Jr., current chat of the week and whale of the channel, $3.39. Thank you, William. Blasterbot, $10, says, they think the right controls the media in America. Lol. Wade Boggs, $20, says, go, go, go. And Postal Joe for $10. Man, you guys are the best. Says, left-wing delusion, but that was 100% better debate than last night. Totally agree. But we have reached our goal, so I'll give you a goal. Thank you guys so much. You guys are absolutely fantastic. For real. I always humbled by the support that you guys give. Amazing. And then look at this, Zach. Thanks so much. Zachary Gelpy comes up with $10, says it's light outside. They would say, no, it's nighttime if it benefits their communist arguments. As Jesse Kelly says, communists will use whatever they can to gain power. Totally agree. Totally agree. I was interesting to hear where this sort of fans of that Austrian painter ideology in Australia was going. I was interested to see where it was going. And it sounded like that it was sort of, we could narrow it down to a couple of online streamers. If we just censor these sort of bad mentalities online, no, that makes it stronger. Of course, I'm not a total free speech absolutist. First off, if you are a private entity and you own a business, you should be allowed to control who says what on that. I understand why YouTube doesn't want a dude like me dropping the N-word because they have advertisers to please. And they don't want their ad for Goober peanut butter showing up next to some white guy that's dropping hard R words. I get it. That I get, right? Okay. I might not like it. The free speech person, I don't give a shit if you're using racial slurs or whatever, but I understand why a company is going to do those things. Obviously, there's other questions about what the government's role should be in that, which I think's almost none, but nonetheless. But the point is, even me, I think that there are things that you could put in the realm of speech that I don't want. I don't want people going on public social media spaces, and if you want to make the argument that pornography is a form of speech, I don't want it. I hate the fact that when I'm scrolling through X, porn pops up. I hate it. Far less, by the way. For a while there, it was like every 5 minutes of scrolling X, I would either see pornographic material or I would see war footage of people like being brutally killed by drones or something on X. That sucks. And nor do I think that Elon Musk is a free speech absolutist. I don't. But the idea of as a government, we should censor people that, are ethno-nationalists. I disagree. I don't have to like the ethno-nationalists, but I think once you try to censor them, what happens? End up just going underground and getting more and more people attached to them. William Kramer Jr., thank you again. $3, that's $20 away from $400, and also $620 away from $1,000. Brilliant strategizing there by me. checking something real quick. Oh, yeah, someone made me look up the Pirate score. Womp womp, 14-0. Now, we are trying to make up for the fact that the morning show, we didn't do very good donation-wise this morning. And that was my fault more than anyone. Because I suck. I need to do better. There we go. We got people. We got pending friends. There we go. We'll accept those friends. But that could have been way worse. Checking some of the Discords that I'm already in. Yep, nothing really going on. But no, it was fun. Are We Not Men failed me this morning. That was the problem. EOT agrees it was the problem. Yeah, I the problem is with the Discord invasions. All right. A couple people have already messaged me. Why am I not friends with Mr. Bill? That's stupid. There we go. Added some friends. So one dude says he'll come in and but I hope you guys enjoy that. I know it's probably not as crazy as a lot of the TikTok invasions that you see. But yeah. Who's on the politics Discord server right now? Oh, nothing much. Yeah, sure, Mr. Bill. Yeah, I think it's a start of something. And like I said, here's what we need. We'll get a team behind it that could go into these places beforehand. And wants to debate communism. Okie dokie. Let's do it. I think they're going to call into the show at some point and debate communism with me. Yay, communism. All right. Check a couple things real quick. Let's do a little Griff song. I got to check a couple messages. Nothing important, but I got to check a couple things. So yes, send money, fuckers. Yes. All right. So, I don't know. Well, we're talking about crazy lefty commie types. Here's a song about Vosh.
The right strings in on his high horse so tall. Claims he's a savior, the voice for us all. But his saddle's loose, his reins are a lie. Galloping words, but no truth in his eye. He's a stallion in the mirror, a colt on the ground. Naming loud justice, but it's hollow in sound. He trots for the mares, but the pasture pasture's a sham. Bosh the hypocrite, just a man with no plan. He wears a bridle of virtue so tight, but his hoof prints show where he's lost the fight. Spurs click sharp, yet his actions stay tame. A broken down steed in a hypocrite's game. He's a stallion in the mirror, a colt on the ground, making loud justice, but it's hollow in sound. Trots for the mares, but the pasture's a sham. Bosh the hypocrite, just a man with no plan. Haystacks bare. He promises fields but leaves dust in the air. Whinnies of wisdom, yet the barn doors creak. A hollow hoof beat when the words that he speaks. He's a stallion in the mirror, a colt on the ground, making loud justice, but it's hollow in sound. He trots for the mares, but the pasture's a sham. Bosh the hypocrite, just a man with no plan.
Ah, yes. Good stuff, good stuff. Super chats. Wait, Boggs, $5 says, all right, are we not, men? Get to work. Yes, get to work. So I think at least we got one place I could go in and start yelling at some lefties, right? Which would be fun. But we're going to try to work out these Discord live streams, Discord invasions. In addition to that, we're going to work out other invasions for places like X and other places. That Discord is the political debate Discord. And if you all would like, I keep losing my damn mouse cursor. I think my mouse is running out of batteries. That's what's happening. Shit. It died. The mouse died. Oh my goodness. What am I going to do? A dead mouse. Oh shit. I'm going to have to go downstairs and get batteries, aren't I? I wondered. It was acting weird. Rayovac. All right. I'll be back. I gotta go downstairs and find batteries. What a pain. Forgive me. You know, it'd be cool if I come back and my super chat goal's up to 200%. Let's see if someone could do it. EOD, are we not men? Entertain the crowd. Let's see those super chats increase as I'm gone. Here we go. I can't even play a song. I don't have a mouse. I can't do anything. I'll be right back. Here we go. Rounding the corner. Gonna see my super chat go at 200% because EOD and Are We Not Men crushed it. Oh. Failure. Oh, man. What a disaster. Oh, boy. Transition complete, my friend. Oh, let's see. What's the best way to open this pack? Who's most to blame? I blame Amagad. Right, I agree, Amagad. You can build a list of known servers that are good. Totally agree. All right. I went with Rayovac because they're a little cheaper, and Michael Jordan used to do the commercials for them, so I figured you can't go wrong. It was EOD's fault. He said something stupid. Oh. Mouse running now, baby. Woo! The battery-powered mouse. Yeah, boy! Now, we've been going 3 hours. We're at 390% of our goal. What a good night. Man. Enjoyed dumping. The hell am I having a stroke? Enjoyed jumping in on that Discord, though. That was fun. I'm getting news stories gathered up. We'll talk about some things tomorrow, but there's no sense jumping into them now. Do I follow this to yes, I believe. Yes, okay. What are we going to do with the rest of the night? There are other, I'll just show you. I'll share this. So Disboard is the site that I was going to that has the list of all the public Discord. So I don't know what you would search. Politics, debate. So I think you're basically looking for bigger channels. So the politics Discord I'm already a member of. All debate community. Brainiac, that sounds not. I don't know any that look into based atheism. Oh, maybe someday we'll jump into the religious debates. I don't really have much to add to it, I think. Meteors. Oh. A lot of these, I think that you'll be hard pressed to find someone that are on them. But you can see. End of politics. Movie nights? Wow. Vegan Discord? Just go on and eat some ribs? Join the modern day debate server. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hold the stream hostage before I do another one. I don't know that we'll do another one tonight. I want to find access to some servers that I think that I can make hay with before we do it. But yeah, that's the plan. And then, once or twice a week, we'll do those. And we will hold things hostage before we move on. I think it's interesting how many of these communities exist, though, right? I need to up my game, yeah. It's amazing how many people like create these communities, and quite interesting, I think. What's this one? Well, anyways, we'll look into them later. Didn't even know this Discord groups existed. Yeah, I mean, I know I was talking to Andrew Wilson about it when we were down there in Chicago, and he was basically like, oh, you wouldn't believe how many Discord servers there are. People just on there bullshitting or what have. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm a little tired tonight. I didn't sleep much last night. Trying to donate $2.79, but it won't allow you. What the heck is going on? No! Let my friend donate some money to me. Come on. Thanks. I appreciate it, Hot Tuna. Super chats in. You can donate through PayPal at robnoerr, buymeacoffee.com/robnoerr, or through Cash App. Very easy to donate in Cash App. $RobNoerr. You know. But yeah, we'll get this worked out. And again, this is just day one of working out some bugs. So we're gonna get this set up and do it professionally. We'll get the graphics all set up. It's gonna be good shit. And we'll jump in guns ablaze and start taking down some of these Discord rooms. I don't think it was like super hostile today, but I'm open to having people be crazy. And then, another thing is you all could jump on as well. So I do ask, though, that if you're coming in, that you don't violate terms of service of these sorts of places. I think that would be bad form. Here is that channel that I was on, Political Debate, if you want to join it. But don't go in there and be like, I'm from Rob Noerr's channel. Kiss my ass. Like, that's probably not good. But once I go in there and I start debating, if people want to jump in, I think that's cool. Postal Joe, $5 says, regarding those Discord people, it's disturbing how brainwashed young people are, especially in the UK, for them to think that the media is right-wing. It's everywhere, man. That's what I'm saying. They're so brainwashed into this stuff. It's unbelievable. Wade Boggs, $5 says, all right, are we not, men? Get to work. I know what the problem is. I'll fix it. William Kramer Jr., $5 says, I know what shitty grifting looks like. That chick I defeated does it all the time. Huh? What? William knows. He knows what shitty grifting. Well, that's it. Bringing out the big guns to get some donations. Here we go. You brought it on yourselves, peeps.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
Ah, wow. Look at all those whips. Damn. No donations, but a lot of whips. That's good, too. We'll take it. Destiny closes videos that don't reinforce his bias. I don't know. I don't follow the man. I'm blacklisted. What can I say? Looking at some of the stuff. Just play the song on a loop until we hit 200%. Interesting. But yeah, as far as Discord rating, so policy. William Kramer Jr. $2 says, "Hey, cat, stay in the kitchen." Oh shit. Yeah, it wouldn't be a raid necessarily because it's just public forums that you could join. But I wouldn't go in and brigade people like that. And it also wouldn't be good if like 10 people are going in at the same time and just taking over. It's probably best for one person at a time. And if I get kicked out, then it might be different. But as far as I'm concerned, if I just put up the public links to places, I don't think anyone in that chat's going to get upset if they get some more members, as long as people are following terms of service. Should have worked this song into the live action trilogy. Totally agree. Thanks, Filtered. I appreciate doing all that heavy work of watching Destiny. Ugh. Good gracious. Jared Miller, thanks so much over on Rumble, says, "Enjoyed the debate on the other day, Rob. Crushing libtards for the rest of us." Thank you. Batman, great debate. Angry Rob hits hardest. Thank you so much. Appreciate. Nice. Well, look at this. People are donating. Or I'm not donating. Coming over on X watching. Thanks so much. Thank you to all the people recommending me. Clayton, thank you, man. I saw. Pardon Edward Snowden. Yeah, I agree, man. Thank you. Totally agree. I know a lot of people aren't fans of Snowden. They think that he was harming the United States. I think that he outed actual abuses against what our government should be doing, not doing to us, the citizens. And so, yeah, totally agree. Oh, look at that. Are we not men? It's coming up with a grift. Look at that. $300 for a custom super chat emoji within reason. William Kramer Jr. $1 gets us to $400. Amazing. Crushing it. I'm here 600 away from getting 1,000 tonight. Roy the boy. $5 says, "Are you familiar with the Laffer curve?" Oh man, it sounds so familiar. I'm going to say probably at one point, but not now. What should I do? Oh, played on the loop. I put shit. You think I should just play where there's a whip, there's a way on loop until we get to 200% of the goal? Oh shit. I don't know. It's compelling. I'll have to look it up. It's the rate of taxing where you can't extract any more money. Yeah, well, there you go. If only I knew more, I could have brought it up. But no, a solid point. Play the whip song on a loop. Man, I'm going to lose all goodwill I have with my audience just playing the whip song. Do I have it? Let's see here. How's that possible? Oh, I didn't save the song. Yeah, I got it. Oh, Oh, yeah. Now it makes sense. All right, here we go.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's footmen. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's footmen. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's footmen.
All right, all right. Listen, we're not going to get it to 200% of the goal. We can't just play that over and over and over again. We can't. It's not possible. Not going to do that. It's ridiculous to just keep playing the same. Oh, what was it?
Where there's a whip,
Oh,
there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's footmen. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. the back said, we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark horse.
All right. Listen, we'll grift off it, right? But now you got to donate at least $20 to hear the song again. So now the people that want the song are going to have to pay money to hear the song. I can't in good conscience do it anymore. I cannot do it. It would be too brutal. By the way, we're at 420% of our goal. Whoa. Zach, $5 says, please stop. I'll be dreaming of this song. And then another $5 says, no. And Postal Joe, $5 says, what's important is that your target goal is 200% of the goal. That's right. That's what we're going for. 200% tonight. That'll be a mere $714. We can accomplish that. Oh, wait, Bugs wants to hear it again. All righty.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says, we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark horse.
Oh, shit. You guys are the best. Zach says for $20. One more time. Okay.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says, we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark horse.
All right. Amagad nails it. Again, I'm poor with math. But does announce for a mere $600. That's true. We could have 30 minutes solid of the whip song. Absolutely true. Postal Joe says, please don't play it again. Oh, shit, no.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says, we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark horse.
All right. I think, have we got it out of our system? I think we finally done it. Whew. My goodness. You maniacs. I probably lost half the audience, but for those that stuck around, that really like the song, I'm sure this is Ah, shit. Ah, good stuff. So we'll keep it going through the rest of the night. $20 for the "Where There's a Whip, There's a Way" song. What a grift. Even, levels of grifting once thought impossible. My goodness. Unbelievable. Oh, man.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
Oh, man. Fucking maniacs. Whoo! Maggie gives $1. Thank you so much. We've entered a recursive whip loop. Yeah. Wow, we're at $500. All of a sudden, the goal of $714 doesn't sound too ridiculous. One whip at a time. Holy man. Good stuff. So, what are we going to talk about? What are we going to do here? Now, if you're new to the channel, normally around this time in the night's where we get the sillies anyways. Though we are going to start doing more serious things at these times, such as Discord invasions, TikTok invasions, invasions of everything. We're just not pissing around. Right, the boy gives $20. Thank you so much. Says, I found this in my wife's purse.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark
By the way, if you donate $20 and don't want to hear the whip song, you have to expressly tell me that. Say that's it. Also, we'll say this. Anyone who's super pissed off about the "Where There's a Whip, There's a Way" song, we'll say a one-time donation of $200 and we'll end all whip songs for the rest of the day. So if you're infuriated by the whip song, $200 donation. At this point, that would put me at my 200% goal for the night, and we'll stop the whip songs. But until then, a $20 donation will bring on the whip. Whew! Unbelievable. Let's see. Another 200 to reinstate it. I suppose. Sure. Do I accept? As long as they convert. See that super chat goal? If it leads to $200, we'll take it. Whatever amount you donate. So, Oh, man. Good stuff. What am I doing here? Oh. Redo the goal. No need. We know we're heading for 200%. We don't need to redo it. The goal was the goal. It's always been the goal. And shall be the goal going forward. I think we got the whip silliness out. People are done with the whip silliness, so goodness gracious. Absolute craziness. What are we going to talk about here for the last minute? Here we go. I got something for you. Does anyone have a mistake that they continually make every day in their life? Even though, as soon as you make it, you're like, oh, shit. I have one of those. And I'll tell you about it right now. Every day or night, at least once a day, probably 50% of the time, when I go to brush my teeth, I put too much toothpaste on the brush. Now, K-Dog, you can only have a demonstration of the whip dog for whip song for a $20 donation. So I'll be going like crazy, and all of a sudden it starts like foaming out my mouth like I'm rabid. Every single time I'm like, ah, shit. How could I forget again to put less toothpaste? It's a terrible, terrible affliction. It really is one of the bigger problems in my life, which lets you know how well my life's going right now. It's a pretty damn good life. I use way too much. Now, I remember by the time I get to the mouthwash show, you don't have to use that much mouthwash. I always remember that. That part I'm good at because I've already screwed it up with the toothpaste. So I'm like, oh, yeah, shit. So, yeah, that's something. So there. I thought about that the other day. Oh, you love the taste of toothpaste. All right. Thank you, Nicholas Lewis. No whip song. Got it. $20. Thank you. I loved it. No whip. With just a period. Not even an explanation. Just like forceful, right? We'll get to you, Postal Joe. This is a good question. Says, watched my Buzzsaw interview earlier and wanted to ask you a question. Pandemic outbreak tomorrow. Doesn't matter which. It's killing people. Not sure the demographics because it's early. How would you handle it? No whip. It's an interesting question. So it would depend on how much. My articulation on this has always been that you have to start with fundamental propositions of what we believe the rights of the government should be. And so I'm not a complete ANCAP, so I believe there is some role for government intervention. Neither am I complete like authoritarian or communist that I believe that the government has the right to control all aspects of my life. So there's some sort of threshold. For example, the government has the right to tell me that I can't drive 100 mile an hour through a school zone. I accept that. But once I do, and someone says, how about 80? I said, no, I can't drive that. How about 70? No, I can't drive that. How about 60, 50, 40? Finally, I'm like, yeah, why shouldn't I be allowed to drive 40? Okay, what's the difference? What's the exact threshold, right? So there is a question of threshold. So I think that at a minimum, what the government has to do is be as transparent as possible and answer a bunch of questions. So if I was running the government, what I would do is compile as much information as the pandemic as I knew as possible and be as transparent as possible with the people. And so if we said we just don't know, this could affect and kill millions of people or thousands of people, we just don't know, then be transparent with that. The next thing I would do is I think at a fundamental level, the government has to answer when they feel like the scenario becomes bad enough that justifies them temporarily restricting certain things like your ability to move, forcing you to be quarantined, etc. And so maybe the argument would be like, we think that this will reach numbers that could affect thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. Personally, I would say that depending on the circumstance, we should not have the government restricting people's right to free access to travel around unfettered and free assembly, such as in the First Amendment, for only a few people possibly dying. I don't think that that should be the case for some sort of illness. Once we start to get into the hundreds of thousands of people, maybe we say that there's some little tweaks that would get more intrusive as we get to the higher number of people having. Then you would have to answer questions like this. Why do we think that this level of restriction that we're about to employ would be successful? What are the consequences of that level of restriction? What will the metrics need to be before we could roll back this level of restriction? All of these things would be necessary. So you would have to see what the very specific type of illness and what we knew about it first. If we literally knew nothing, I could see temporarily. It depends on the severity of the illness, but let's say that it's something like Raccoon City and it's like a zombie virus or shit. Yeah, I could see quarantining people in that world as temporary as possible while being as transparent as possible. But there's no one-size-fits-all curation to this. So that's sort of how I would look at it. Now, Postal Joe says $20. Hey, cool story. Brought the toothbrush, bro. But I almost played.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's.
Oh, shit. This whip song. Don't get me wrong. I'm loving the money, and I think it's funny. But there will be a point where this gets piss annoying to not just the people in the audience, but me as well. Now, I will admit that point will be longer for me than you because I'm getting $20 a pop. But I could quickly see having the piss annoyed out of me by this song. I'm going to be like John Smith and have nightmares of this damn song in my head. But yeah, so I hope that answers the question. It is difficult, though. Oftentimes the government has to make difficult decisions, and we as individuals have to be used or have to make difficult decisions. So the best answer I could give is it's not that you're immoral or that the government should never have a right to put in temporary restrictions. The problem is the people that said, yes, we want lockdowns and didn't have any evidence to suggest why the lockdowns would work, what the harm of the lockdowns would be, when we could lift up the lockdowns, what the government's role was, and when they should have the right to issue something like a lockdown. They just said, fuck it, we were for lockdowns. And my question is, the impetus is on you. If you want to restrict rights such as those in the Bill of Rights, you should have to articulate why it is that you feel necessary. The default position should be, I have the right to free assembly. I have the right to free speech. You saying, no, I need to restrict it, then the impetus is on you to prove that case. And instead what we got was, well, I just feel it was the right thing. What do you want, grandma to die? That's what was unacceptable. And that's why I have no respect for the people that pushed those sort of lockdown ideologies, and they can't tell you why. Yeah, Nicholas, it's a complicated topic, but that's what infuriates me. No one is able to answer that question that I've asked. What's the data you were looking at when you initially supported lockdowns? There's type of that you could say I was looking at Neil Ferguson's model and I thought that 2 million people would die. And I read this other person that said that he thought that lockdown. So I was like, okay, that sounds like a legitimate answer or a legitimate possibility or something that we should do. I think that's an acceptable answer. I think you were wrong, but at least I think it's like, look, I wouldn't flippantly talk about stripping people of their right to free assembly and locking them down without my due diligence and saying that this is a possibility. Do I think the Trump vaccine was effective? It depends. I am not one of these people that think that it was an intentional poison. I think that there are significant side effects, and we may see that there are long-term side effects that we're only beginning to learn about. But I think people that were at heavy risk of passing away of COVID, such as having comorbidities, such as being incredibly old, probably made sense for an 80-year-old to get the vaccine. Because I do think that it did diminish your chances of having a severe case of the disease. So let's say that it causes serious side effects, but it really helps protect people that are the most at risk for the pandemic. How do you evaluate whether or not the vaccine was effective? I say on a case-by-case basis. to those that took it and that it was effective because they had serious risk because of comorbidities, probably the vaccine made sense. But to force young, healthy people to get it, I think that it's obvious that the negative consequences far outweigh the positive protection that they would have got from it. That's my mentality. I mean, again, it's unbelievable as much as we talk about that virus, that the average age of death in the United States, and this is true in much of the Western world, of people from the pandemic, is right around or beyond the age of life expectancy. So like 77, 78 years old. That's what the average person was that was dying of this. You didn't have young, healthy 20-year-olds that were dying at rates of this any worse than other sort of diseases that are commonplace. So, you know, are we really shutting? And look, here's the deal. Yes, every death is tragic. My parents are getting into their mid-60s. They're going to be close. Let's see, I'm 41. So okay, not so much. They're like 61, 62. I love my parents deeply. Someday they'll pass away. That's the natural order of things. It'll be hard. It'll be very hard for me. But would I risk the future of my child, who's currently 4 years old, because my elderly, or, my grandchild at that point, let's say I'll be 60 and my dad will be 80, and because he's at risk for some airborne illness that now my son, Hank's son at the time, who might be like 2-3 years old, I say, nope. We have to shut down economic opportunity, the ability for him to travel, go to school, et cetera, to protect my elderly father. No, it's not the same. Any society that puts children at more obvious risk in order to benefit the adults is inverted on what their goals should be. We intentionally locked down schools, despite the fact that it was very evident to see what the negative consequences of that would be, knowing that children had almost no risk of serious cases of the pandemic. Of course, there are exceptions, but they had very little risk. And the reason that we were told, yeah, but the teachers are at risk. So that's my honest take on it. But I would accept someone that said, look, here was the data I was looking at. That's why I came to the conclusion that lockdowns should be justified. But it's evident when you ask people the question and they're like, that they didn't really think about it. And that's what's so striking to me. I can't tell you how many times I said this during the pandemic. There's 3 things that could affect us. Number 1 is the actual amount of people that will die from the virus. That might be 1,000. That might be in the millions. I don't know. Every death is tragic. But the truth is, as a country, we will survive it. The next is the negative consequences from the reaction that we have to the virus. Particularly things like mental health of people, other physical health conditions because people can't get out, exercise, go to the doctor for other issues. The financial costs. I said, we'll be dealing with these things for decades to come. And I think they'll be worse than the actual outcomes from the virus itself. However, if I'm honest, we as a country can survive. However, what we may not be able to survive is if we of a country allow this intrusion of our alleged rights so starkly with almost no transparency whatsoever, even an attempt to justify other than saying, what do you want grandma to die? If that precedent is set, then that may be something that we cannot survive as a country. Because in perpetuity, they can scare the shit out of us over and over and over and over and over and over again and strip any potential rights that they claim that we may have. That's what scares me the most. So when I see all these people saying, yeah, I was for lockdowns. Why? What was the data you were looking at? I don't know. Just seemed like the right thing to do. Okay. What's up, Intel Wild? How you doing? I think we've escaped the whip loop. We've came through. We've been whipped significantly, and we've came through the other end. Rob, just curious, did I ever get COVID? If so, how was your experience with it? I had it twice. Not only did I get it, I live streamed it every night. I got COVID in December of 2020. The reason I remember is because my wife got it at the same time and she was 9 months pregnant. And so there was fear that we had that we didn't really know. There wasn't a lot of research. What happens when a woman who is that pregnant gets the illness? I mean, she literally got it like 2 weeks before her due date, if I remember. So I streamed every night, and I had it worse than my wife. It wasn't fun. I did lose taste, which was different than any illness I've ever had, but I completely lost taste. And it was probably top 10 sick that I've ever been, but definitely wasn't top 5. I mean, I had a fever of like 102. Tired, but it wasn't really bad. My wife barely had anything, which we were more worried about because she was pregnant. She lost taste as well, but a mild fever, and that was about it. Wow, you were on a ventilator for 8 days. That's crazy. So yeah, my case was pretty benign in the grand scheme of things. I've certainly had the flu that's been worse many times in my life. But I understand people had different cases, of course, right? But yeah, now what's interesting is those videos I did in December of 2020, because back then people were still like, what's it like? I was like, well, I'll come in, I'll stream. I'll say, this is how I feel today. So I was doing live streams to like 20, 30 people. Hey, here's how I'm feeling today. Some of you may have been there. Years later, like 3 years later, I'm at work. I've told this story before, but I debated some lefty on some panel somewhere. All of a sudden I'm at work, working with my guy with disabilities, and my phone just starts ping, 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 ping. Like, what am I doing? Getting a bunch of calls, like a group text message or something like that. So I'm driving. I get back, check my phone. It's a bunch of emails, and they're all from YouTube. Your video's been removed for medical disinformation. Your video's been removed for medical disinformation. Your video's given you a community strike for medical disinformation. Your video's been removed for medical disinformation. Your video's been given a community strike for medical disinformation. In about a 10-minute period, I had something like 7 videos removed and an additional 2 videos removed and given community strikes. One of the videos that got a community strike was one of the videos I did that was just titled like, I have COVID day 3. My symptoms that I was talking about for like a 30-minute to an hour stream were deemed medical misinformation. 3 years later. 3 years later. 3 years. Because someone mass reported me. So I had no choice because I didn't have access to a computer. I'm at work. What would you do? Because if you don't know, if you get 3 community strikes within a 90-day period, that's it. Your YouTube channel's ended forever. And you're not supposed to be allowed to start a new one under the same name. So I was forced to just, all I could do was go into YouTube Studio on my phone and just mass delete videos as fast as I could. Didn't set them to private. I was panicking. I was just delete, 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 delete. That's one of the reasons I'm so skittish when it comes to my YouTube channel now. Because I know how quick, just like that. That's why I put videos to private. Now you all, most of you watch a lot of my videos. Do you think that I'm doing anything that's objectionable to terms of service? I don't. I'm not yelling racial slurs or homophobic slurs or anything of that nature. Calling for violence, nothing like that. And yet, I still have to set these videos to private. It wasn't after a Destiny debate. It may have been, I can't remember. I think it was a trans person that I debated. I don't even remember their name. So, that's why I try to put my videos, it was the old Twitch streams, right? I used to love them. Thank you. I'm glad you were there. Now I have 5 people watching on Twitch. Thank you to my Twitch friends. Intel Wild becomes a member, says going to send a super chat in a minute. Then he comes through for $10. Thank you. Says, did I hear Jennifer Welsh lady rag on white people? Yeah, I think we watched that, right? About how you can't go to, is it that lady? How you can't go to Mexican if you voted for Trump. Yeah, we watched that. And not only did we watch it, I put a post out. Me and Andrew Wilson ate Mexican twice when we were out. It's pretty funny. I got a post up. It's like, yep, I just ate Mexican twice in a row. It was good. I feel like they made it better because they were under fear of deportation. So it caused them to make the food even more delicious. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. But yeah, thanks for the suggestion, Intel Wild. Tea and Coffee says, can we discuss the situation in Europe with all the Muslims coming? Sort of did that earlier when we were talking about Brexit. There is mass cultural infiltration of cultures that are not at all similar to the cultures in places like Europe, the UK, France, Germany, other places. It's despicable. It's done because they want to erode national identity to usher in sort of a globalist feudalism. Carnitas queso in a 24-ounce draft. Modelo is the American dream. I too like Modelo. My favorite Mexican beer, though, is the Amber Dos Equis. I really enjoy it. I don't know what it is about ethnic beers. I also really like Killian's Irish Red. Modelo Especial, yeah. Oh, we are the great Chat of the Week, William Kramer Jr. By the way, 2-time Chat of the Week. Will be defending his title. If you haven't been around for a Griftathon, we will do the Griftathon at about 1 a.m. Eastern time, Thursday going into Friday morning. And William will try to be the first 3-time in a row winner. Damien, Internal Rage Gershwin, $2 says Rob. When are you going to debate AI, man versus machine? Let's do it. Deep Blue, right? Bohemia is the best Mexican beer. Intel Wild, $20. Thank you so much. Yes, we are you, Rob. Very important to this day and age. We need 1,000 more like you. Thank you. It really means a lot. Now, I don't know. Is that whip? My mods. Okay. Yeah, $20 is a whip song now. A specific donation of $20 unless you mention otherwise.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
Starting to hit his second win with it. I'm into it again. It was like, I love that song. And then it was like, as we started playing it for like the 10th time tonight, it's like, okay, it's getting silly. Then it was like, okay, it's kind of annoying, but now I'm loving it again. I'm like, yeah. So I got some more whip songs in me. $20, donate to the whip song. $200 win the whip songs for the night. And people were so tired of it. Intel Wild, $5 says, Devo, whip it good. Just kidding. This song's better. Thank you. By the way, I assume Are We Not Men's name comes from Devo. What is the whip song from? An animated Lord of the Ring movie in like the 70s? Isn't that the name of their album? Are We Not Men? Yeah. Yeah, I know me some Mark Mothersbaugh. Mark Mothersbaugh, the lead singer of Devo, actually does the music for this show my son likes called Creature Cases. And then one of my favorite, like, silly movies, The Life Aquatic, Mark Mothersbaugh did a lot of the music on there. That's Mark Mothersbaugh from Devo. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if we'll have more whip songs. We are only $2 away from 600, and then a short stone's throw away from our ultimate goal of 200%. One whip at a time, we're making it there. I guess one way to look at it is we're 6 whip songs away from achieving our goal. That'd be $120. Yeah, they had the flower pots on their head. Devo, yeah. Crazy band, man. Oh, what was that? Old man shit. I yawned and my shoulder popped? What the hell is that? It's the first time that ever happened. It's our good friend Dean Jacobs. Always so polite, comes in. $10 says, hi, Rob. Hi, all. Look at that. Takes us over the $600 goal and puts us right at 169%. Damn. Oh, Splatisa, Nightmare's Hero. Yeah. Well, go to Nashville. Do the DebateCon thing in Nashville. I'm going to be there, and there's going to be more events that I'm doing as well, right? Intel Wild, $5 says, can we make a song called Where There's a Jest, There's a Whip? It's not bad. Have I ever listened to Hardcore Devo? No. Thank you, Intel Wild. We're close. We're only $100 and $105 away. Yeah, people are hungry for live content. And hopefully I'll be doing more of that. Who am I debating at DebateCon? I don't know yet. No one. So here's what's going on. DebateCon is strictly religious debates. Oh, someone asked earlier if I'm Catholic or Orthodox. Maybe. Neither right now. Tomorrow will be my first Catholic service. My son is going to the same Catholic school. He starts open house tomorrow, and it's the same school that my wife went to when she was a kid. So they offer K through 6, or actually preschool through 6. He'll be going to preschool, and we are going to start attending Catholic Mass. And so I will become Catholic. If there was an Orthodox church around here, I probably would attend it. But I think at this point in my life, just attending a church of like-minded people is better than the alternative, which is operate through paralysis as I'm trying to choose the church that I think would be the best. So I know a lot of people that attend this church. I know the school's a good school. Many of the teachers that are at the school are family friends or even relations of my wife's family. And so I'm very excited, and I hope my son has a good time. So are the dinners at DebateCon 6 going to be steak? I don't want no vegan shit if I end up going. I'm sure that there'll be steak there. But yeah, all the debates are going to be religious debates. And so, I don't know. No one offered me. Now, Grid is putting together, I'm going to be there a day or two early, and Grid is going to put together some political debates that will be tangentially connected to DebateCon, but they're not going to be hosted by Modern Day Debate, and I think that I'll be participating in those political debates. So, hopefully that answers sort of a question about it. Do I have to go through confirmation? I don't believe I do, but inevitably I probably will if I feel that it's right for me. But yeah, I'm excited to start going to church and Catholic Mass. I think it'll make me a much better person. Which is amazing because I'm already so good. No, I think it's something that I need to do. This weekend, I will be going camping with some friends of mine on Friday, Saturday. So I will not be streaming Friday, Saturday. I won't be around. But that's sort of the last event I have. And so that's sort of a turning point in my life. We're going to set it for, I'm going to start a new diet come Sunday. I'm going to start a new exercise regimen, and I'm going to try to start hitting a routine every day. You know, live streams, the call-in show, like 12:30 to 2, streaming 10 o'clock at night till like 2 a.m., having, you know, when I wake up in the morning, take my son to school, come back, do like an hour of an exercise routine, then, you know, grab lunch after I get a shower, then start research that I have to do for the Crucible. For me, routine's very important. If I don't hold myself to a routine, things just become shit. I will not be doing an exercise stream. I will guarantee you that. Yeah. So learn what mass is and why we do certain things. Otherwise, it'll become overwhelming or annoying too. Yeah? Well, luckily, my wife's Catholic. We can donate $200 for you to donate 315 pounds and 10,000 for the hospital bills. Yeah, I would still come out losing. Thanks, Wade. I have been. What's my thoughts on Turkey? The country? Or that's funny. My old debate partner, who's also my campaign manager, the first debate he went to, the country of Turkey was one of the topics. And I remember we were like, okay, you're going to be debating Turkey. And he was like the food? I don't really have strong opinions. And we were like, no. I don't know. I think that the fact that we station nuclear weapons in Turkey and supposedly they're going to commit genocide against our ally, the Kurds, is not positive. Does my wife obey me? It's an interesting question. I don't look at through the lens the same way that Andrew and others do. I do think that gender norms are important, and in a biblical sense, having a wife that obeys a man is very important. And I would say she does, but I would say that it's a little less stringent and more mutual than maybe what someone like an Orthodox person would suggest. So, but I also think that sometimes there's some playing up of it. If there was a decision that was crucial to our family, my wife would listen to me. She would. But that doesn't mean on the day-to-day level, she's like, you can take the damn garbage out? What are you doing? So can J.D. Vance beat Trump in a presidential debate? Yes. Kamala Harris beat Trump in a presidential debate. J.D. Vance is a phenomenal debater. Yeah, you get the final say in all disputes. That's probably true. We don't dispute a lot. I think we have quite the happy marriage, if I'm honest with you. I'm happy. I hope she is. She seems happy. Between my wife and my son, I just couldn't be luckier. But it is weird because I don't think that we have the same relationship as you see some other like prominent people. But all I could do is speak to what my relationship's like with my wife, and it works out. And the best advice I could give is, or the best explanation I could give is, I was very lucky. I was very lucky to meet a woman like her. So I don't know. You think I could bench 450 pounds in 9 months? I got to get this back figured out. That's part of, I had this injection in my back here the other day, yesterday, in fact. And it's they're recommending surgery, and I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to start this DDP yoga routine that's supposed to be focused specifically on herniated discs, and we're going to go from there. But I don't want to even attempt to be like going to the gym and lifting weights. What topic should my wife debate if she starts debating too? I don't know. Why smoking's cool? Until Wild, thanks so much for $5. Says Rob, would you ever go on whatever? You don't have to go a lot, but a few times to help the channel grow, debate format instead of a bunch of 304s. Yeah, I would, absolutely. I'm assuming that's something that I'll work out in some time. Yeah, DDP Yoga, Diamond Dallas Page. Thank you, Intel Wild. I appreciate it. Yeah, I can't go into a lot of details, but I will say this. One of the perks of working with Andrew Wilson and the Crucible is the connections they have. And although nothing's been written in stone about me going on a show like Whatever or about me going back on Tim Pool, certainly those opportunities are going to become available. Mr. Schuss, you got back decompression surgery on the 26th. How do you feel? Or you got it coming up, or you got it last 26th? Let me know. That's something I'm interested in. But I can say this. I could say that I can't say some things that are coming up that are going to be very exciting for me, and more importantly for the Crucible coming up. Well, good luck to you, Mr. Schuss. Thanks, Intel Wild. Yeah, I would be happy to go out. I think it would be fun. But yeah, I would debate a lefty on Fresh and Fit. Myron rated me one night. Again, I don't share an ideology with people like Myron, but I think he's a very interesting guy, and he's a hell of an entertainer. And there are a lot of agreements that I would have with some of the Fresh and Fit guys. But obviously, I approach things from a different perspective. Live debates are hot right now. They are. All I can tell you is there's some things in the work. And I think some of the shit that's in the works, I think, not so much me, though I think I'll be tangentially connected, I think may propel the Crucible into the stratosphere. And I mean that I don't have super inside knowledge, but there's at least enough I know that it's like, hot damn. So thank you, Soldier Troy. Really appreciate it. Yeah, rising tide does lift all ships. So I'm honored to be part of the Crucible. I think that they're great people over there. I think Andrew's great. And I think it's going to afford me an opportunity to do a lot more, not just with my channel, but in real life events. Of course, the irony is, like, I don't think I'm spilling any tea here. I'm just going to be straight up. Andrew Wilson streams, he'll set a goal up at a minimum of $3,000 per stream, right? So let's say that I'm a debate promoter, right? And I'm like, I'm going to have Andrew Wilson, and he's going to debate Dean Withers, right? That's going to be my event. How do you entice Andrew or someone like Dean to show up? If Andrew could make $3,000 on one stream, what's the offer you're going to make to him to fly out somewhere? You see the problem? So it sounds generous, like, we'll pay you $500 to come out and do this debate. $500 is a lot of money to someone like me. But if you're weighing it like, okay, so I'm going to get a hotel, even if you put me up, I'm going to spend 2 days of my life coming out, flying for hours or driving for hours to get out here to make $500, or I could sit in the comfort of my own studio and do a live stream for 2.5, 3 hours and make $3,000. Now, part of it is for the love of the game. People like me and Andrew would like debating anyways. But you could see the issue. There's big money now being thrown around. And you have to. There's people on the left, like someone like Destiny. I assume someone like Dean Withers. I don't know how much money he makes. But I would assume these people are making pretty reasonable money. Actually, I do know how much Dean makes. Dean's doing okay. He's still slightly beating me. The bastard! Your super chats will be necessary to propel me to victory over Mr. Withers. You get the point, though. So, it's a very interesting conundrum to have from the perspective of promoting a debate. So when you see groups like Modern Day Debate and they're trying to set up these big, people to go up against each other, there might be people that say, hey, like, what are you going to have to pay to get Cenk to show up or Mehdi Hassan? I have no clue. I just don't know. You see people's public speaking fees are incredibly high for some people. So a debate's even more, you know. Oh, thank you. Nightmarish or Splatista. Splatisa. Thank you so much. My success is I'm doing very well. So thank you so much. I could be doing better though. We could be doing even better. We're trying to get to 200% of our goal. We're a mere 25% away. We could get it. We could do it. I'm one over Kirsch. I don't know who Kirsch is. A VTuber. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Surprise, surprise. How much for a staring contest? In real life? Until Wild $5 says Andrew needs to stay humble and knuckle Rocky 3 against Mr. T and lose his edge. Yeah, I don't think that's Andrew has something that I'll never have, right? Like, how do I put this? Andrew reminds me of like stories I hear about someone like Gordon Ramsay, like the chef guy, where it's like, imagine that you're Gordon Ramsay and it's like, oh man, you got this show Hell's Kitchen and you're like making money hand over fist and you got like 5 restaurants and you're on TV Guide and you know, you're a celebrity. And he's like, yeah, I need another show. I need another restaurant. And then that show does good. I need another show. That's like Andrew. You can be like Andrew, like you have enough content that you can stream 5 days a week for 6 hours a day if you want it. Yeah, whatever. A new project. Let's go. New project. Let's set up a new debate. It's not just debates. It's literally setting up projects, you know? And so I don't think that he's in any danger of resting on his laurels. You know, just having talked to him behind the scenes, and even when we were out at the event in Indiana there, like just having dinner, he's like, I have this idea, I have this idea, I have this idea. This is what I want to do with this. This is what I want to do with this. Probably 80% of the stuff that he's talking about, we're never going to get around to doing, but he's always thinking like, okay, you know, it's never like, hey man, like maybe take a month off. Nope. You know? Oh, okay. Kirsch, VTuber, based on a number of political topics. Yeah. We're trying to get the goal to 200%. We could do it. I don't disagree, Object. Gordon Ramsay probably could open an olive jar. I don't know. I'm sure there's been an episode. It's raw. I do. I know it's cheesy now, but I still like Gordon Ramsay. She sells sexualized images. That's no good. We're close. We're close to our goal. How much to get to 200%? Well, we need $714. So $90, $85. $85 would get us there. Gordon Ramsay can't cook a grilled cheese. See, I never grift as well as other people. Like people just $200. Don't screw it up. Yeah. Ramsay and Andrew certainly have a lot in common, especially their attitude and demeanor. And they both seem to be good people in real life, unlike the lefties that pretend to be polite, but they're shit people. Yeah, they probably do. Yeah. Could totally imagine him berating his employees like Gordon does. I guess you'd be surprised, huh? He's not a good lefty like all those Hollywood people. They're not just berating their employees. They got other stuff going on with them, right? We don't have to worry about that level of degeneracy. Sort of missed the whip song. Just kidding. Ah, shit. That damn whip song. Oh, reading the news. Play a different song. Okay. Let's see. Oh.
Well, let me tell you about a man named Austin Hall, a man of treason, who thinks I'm unreasonable, doesn't think I'll hit my goal. Damn, it's getting old, I'll be rolling in the gold, and you won't keep us down. I'll break your throne and
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Holy shit. Unbelievable legend. Intel Wild. $85, getting us to over 200% of our goal. Says, let's hear the whip song, Rob. Not only do you get the whip song, I think that you get the good version of the whip song. I think we absolutely.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Thank you. What a legend. Unbelievable. Thank you guys so much. Well, we're only $357 away from 300%. Now, to be honest, I probably got another 20 to 25 minutes with you. If I'm honest, I'm on like 2 hours of sleep. The energy drink powered me up. I missed a massive $2. Oh shit! I didn't want to. My goodness, Damian Gershwin, $2 says Mad Max Future. What's your rule? Why shouldn't we eat you? Because I'm stringy, fat. You don't want fat meat. What's my rule? I don't know. I think I'd still be an entertainer of some sort. I'd be a good, like the guy that announces, right? The Ayatollah of rock and roller. You know, that guy. That'd be me. Only a mere $357 away from 300%. 150 pounds is my final weight loss goal. Did I want to lose 150 pounds or weigh 150 pounds? Let's see. Yeah, I think getting down to 150. If I lost 150 pounds. So at one point in my life, I weighed 330 pounds. I haven't weighed myself recently, but I think I'm down to like 250 or 245. But I would absolutely love to get down below 200. That's my first goal. Yeah, I don't have 150 pounds. That's what I'm saying. At one point I did. But yeah, I don't know. 150 pounds sounds a little thin. I don't know. So I would love to see a 199 would make me ecstatic someday. But it's not just about losing weight. There's other things that I need to do to get healthier. I need to also get this back in order and then build muscle as well. So, that's the plan. I want bacon, says people. Oh, shit. I am tired. Goals 165. Men can't be fat. Only broke. There you go. I'm married, so I could be broke and fat. That's okay. No, I need to get healthier. My young guy is so active. But that's the goal. I want to live a long, long, long time. Send you over to Abe. All right, 200% is pretty good. Would I use a weight loss med, such as what? I don't know. I don't think I could see myself using a medication specifically for weight loss. If there was a medication that contributed to weight loss, but it was for another purpose, that's different. But, see, Are We Not Men's like, 300%. Come on, Rob. I'm trying. Crucible yawns. That's it too, right? You guys are the best. I can't get over just how incredibly generous you all are. Let me check something here real quick. Yawn emojis. Back to the yawning. I don't know that we're going to make it to 300% goal. Yeah, I was talking to a gentleman here at the event that I went to with Modern Day Debate, and he was telling me he does 48-hour fast, like once a week. He does a 48-hour fast. 300%, then we're cool. I would guess we could test this out. My guess is if right now someone donates $357 and we get to 300% of our goal, then Are We Not Men would not be like, okay, that's good enough for me. He'd be like, wow, at this point, we should go for 500% of the goal. That's my guess. Just saying. Just throwing that out there. That's my prediction, which is good. That's my prediction, though. Practice fasting for Buddhism. Longest I went was 7 days. Damn, 7 days. I fasted for 3 days once, and I started to taste like blood in my teeth. If that makes sense to you. Like, it was weird. And then I panicked, and I was like, that creeped me out a little. I was like, uh-oh, am I doing something wrong here? Oh, I didn't know. Did I sleep for 3 days? No. It was at work. And what had happened was I was in a weird situation at work where there was a crisis for like 2 days. And so I was basically just didn't have time to eat for 2 days. So it was like by the time the crisis ended, I was like 52 hours. And I did get to sleep some during that in a car. So I slept about 4 hours a night. So I'm all tired. And I was like, well, shit, let's see how much I could run it at this point. I didn't even have a reason. I was just like, shit. Weirdly enough, I didn't feel that hungry after 48 hours. I felt hungry as shit like during the day, both of those days. But after like 2 days, I was like, I don't feel that hungry. Yeah, that's probably true. The night that William donated $2,000 in one donation, and that was just one. He also donated significant amounts before then. I'm sure that Are We Not Men was like, that's it? Come on, William. That's it? That's all you got? But yeah, it was $3 one burpee. Not with my back the way it is. Eventually, though, I'll do that. Are always hungry? I don't know. My appetite's diminished quite a bit as I'm getting older. Well, gentlemen, it's 2:30. And ladies, what do you guys think? Get back into wrestling at 41 years old? Dude, my buddy's starting, he's been going to an MMA gym for like a year, and he's got his first like club fight coming up. He's very excited about it. He's about my age. He's probably 37, 38. So a little old to get into it. All the other people he's going to be fighting are like 21, 22. Anyways, he needed a name. So we gave him the Frustrator. I think it's a great name. You don't want to fight the Frustrator. He's like shows up late. Like, you know, he's not knocking you out or anything. He's just like very frustrating to get a handle on. Blackfield, $2 says, I demand the satisfaction I get out of $2. $2 will get you this. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. We'll do a little. It doesn't count as the weekly griftathon, but if people want it, I'm up for it. We'll put on some little daily griftathon stuff. Sounds good to me. Oh, what am I doing? Holy cow, I can tell I'm getting tired. Tomorrow, not only is the open house for my son's school, but it's also a little bit of a bummer. He's been going on play dates with a friend of ours, a neighbor, and to get him prepared for eventually going to school. Tomorrow will be the last day of that play date in quite some time. So here's the rule. If you've never played before, what you're going for tonight is the MVP of the night. How do you be the MVP of the night? Well, you have to give a qualifying donation. The last qualifying donation is the Great Intel Wild. It will take $10 to qualify you for the victory tonight. The way the game's played, simple. We run down the timer. Once we get to 2.5 minutes, I check to see if there's any donations on any other platform. If not, the show ends. A $10 donation at minimum will reset the clock back to the beginning. And I'll stay up as long as you guys, within reason, reset the clock. It's going to be $10. $10 to reset the clock. So if you send in $2, it's not going to reset the clock. Gets you in the running for winning if you reset for the $10. The last donation that qualified for the night wins when the timer runs out. You could also donate at PayPal at robnoerr, buymeacoffee.com/robnoerr, or Cash App at $robnoerr. All of those will work. Now, what do you win if you win MVP of the night? Well, you're not Chad of the Week, and you're not the Whale of the Channel. Those honors both go to William Kramer Jr., and we will be doing the official weekly Griftathon Thursday. But if you win MVP of the night, then on your deathbed, you'll achieve total consciousness. So you'll have that going for you, which is nice. Think about that. All right, here we go. Oh, there's other rules too. These ones probably won't come into play. If you want to just skip the whole rigmarole and automatically win, you could give yourself a one-time $200 donation. That'll mean that you automatically win for the night unless someone matches or exceeds that donation. Now, a $10 donation will still reset the timer, and I'll still stick with you, but that person would win. Also, if you give at least a $2,000 one-time donation, for that amount, you're going to have to go to Cash App or PayPal, $Robnoerr, PayPal at Robert Noer. Then you will supplant the great William Kramer Jr. as the Whale of the Channel, and your name will be added to the trophy plaque that I'm making for William Kramer Jr. as Whale of the Channel. Well, that's it. If you have any questions about the $2,000 and you really want to donate it, let me know, and I'll help speed along how you could give that donation. Don't worry. Oh, shit. Hitting the microphone. All right, here we go. Let the grifting begin. Remember, $10. Remember, if Kat was here, she'd be trying to convince me to go to bed. Probably. Don't worry, I got a grift special for Kat coming up. My in-law's little wiener dog that's like the cutest damn dog you've ever seen. My dog's cute, though. $10. Keep the timer going. If not, right now, the current winner is the great Intel Wild. Do I accept Chipotle gift cards? No, I guess not at this time. Oh, we have a new winner. Wade Buggs, current front runner. Thank you so much, Wade. Oh, you're always incredibly generous. Thank you. Nice. With $6.34 on them. I wouldn't even know where the nearest Chipotle is to me. It would have to be at least 45 minutes to an hour. No joke. We have an Applebee's. It's close to me. I've seen her show downstairs, Joe. That's funny. Yeah, Wade Boggs. Master of drinking beers on airplanes. Love it. Chipotle's overrated. Yeah, man, we used to eat there when I was traveling with the bait, and I thought it was neat. I'd never had it. So for me, it was like this, ooh. There was also, it was called Qdoba. I don't know if you've ever eaten it at Qdoba. It's like a knockoff Chipotle's. But we would eat at those places, and it was like, oh, this is new. And now it's like old news, I feel like. I feel like my favorite of the like fast foodie type joints like that's probably Chick-fil-A. I enjoy me some Chick-fil-A, but again, there's not one near me. I have to drive an hour and a half to get to the nearest Chick-fil-A probably. Around here, we just got like Burger King, Wendy's, McDonald's. Yeah. I wish there was still a KFC in town. I enjoy me some KFC once in a while. But nope, 45 minutes to the nearest KFC. Yeah, God's chicken. I deserve no sleep. Ugh. Brutal. This could be it. Wade Boggs might get an early victory. That's okay by me. I'm a little tired. I'll happily keep taking money, though. Do I play video games? Yeah, here and there. I've been playing a little Baldur's Gate 3 when I have a little free time, but mainly I haven't been playing much anymore. But we are getting close. No Waffle House near me. Nope. Uh-oh. Getting close to the time. $10 donation to reset the clock. Is Wade Boggs going to take it? Oh. Once we get to $2, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. All right. We're going to check. Let me go over and Rumble. Make sure there's no donation over there. Nothing there. Cash App. Thank you, Miggy, for the $5 way earlier tonight on Cash App. But that's not going to cut her. PayPal. Nope. Well, gentlemen, I believe, unless there's a last-minute submission, ladies and gentlemen, the MVP of the night, the great, honorable Wade Boggs. Nice! What a well-earned victory. Yeah, I mean, ended quick, but that's okay. It was a hell of a stream night, man. 204% of our goal. 2-minute delay in Super Chats. Wade, MVP of the night. What a victory. My goodness. Now that he's achieved total consciousness on his deathbed, the sky is the limit for Mr. Wade Boggs. We'll drink a lot of beer while in the sky. All righty. Well, folks, that's going to wrap her up tonight. What a great show. We're going to be rating the great Abe Dinkus. I think you guys will like his channel. Please, please, please. We're always, always, always trying to do our best to help out channels that need subs. So consider, if you get over to Wade's or Abe's channel, give him a sub. Subs are free, except like Subway and other places of that nature. But subs, like you'll do on YouTube, are free. So consider doing that. I think it would be very generous of you. And then stick around and listen. I think that he'll put on a good show. He's a great guy. So thank you so much, everyone. You guys are the best. I don't know what to say. It's really amazing how generous everyone is. And to help me achieve my life goal of sitting on my ass and not having a real job. You know, at first I felt guilty. And now I'm like, you know what? For the past 14 years, I've worked on average 70 hours a week, cleaning every bodily fluid known to man, helping people with bed assists. I feel like now I'm 41. I put a lot of time in. I'm not saying that other people don't do really difficult jobs or that my job was the most difficult or anything. But, you know. Oh, yeah, the patriarchy did get the win. Nice. Loving the patriarchy tonight. So, all right. Well, hey, I'm rambling. I'm half asleep. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy the raid of Abe Dinkus. I will be back tomorrow around 12 to 12:30. I hope that you'll join me then for a call-in show. All topics will be on the table, as long as it's within terms of service. It should be a lot of fun. We'll see you tomorrow. As always, have a good one.